I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Assemblymember Domboski.
Present.
Assemblymember Steele.
Here.
Assemblymember Starr.
Here.
Chair Flynn.
Present.
Assemblymember Hall.
Present.
Assemblymember Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Assemblymember Johnston.
Here.
Assemblymember Honeman.
Here.
Vice Chair Trainee.
Here, ma'am.
Assemblymember Peterson.
Present.
Assemblymember Evans.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, would you kindly lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick update. Tomorrow at our press briefing, we will be handing out the checks to 4 different nonprofits from the Mayor's Charity Ball and drawing the names of the 4 nonprofits to be selected for next year's Charity Ball. So it's always a fun time to hand worthy organizations rather large checks. I think they'll probably average about $55,000 or $60,000 each, and I think they set a new record this year. So a lot of money to help good causes.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
That's it today, sir.
Excellent. Okay. For the Chair's report, just a few items regarding this evening's agenda. As you'll note in your on page 6, the administration's request, we're going to ask to continue the public hearing on item 14B, Bravo. That's the IBEW contract to allow for sufficient public review. We're going to ask to combine the public hearing on items 14H through 14M, and I expect we'll have a couple late arriving documents that are currently under review by legal for your consideration. And then finally, I'm going to ask for a motion to amend our approval of the state legislative program for 2015 under special orders. At this point, I have only seen one amendment to that, so we may take that up at the conclusion of the consent agenda if we're feeling ready to do that. If we're not, we'll just wait till we get to the end of our regular agenda. With that, we're ready for committee reports. Mr. Starr?
No report.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
And Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Monday morning, December 1st, the subcommittee, the remand committee, began the Eberhardt proceedings. They went till 5 o'clock about yesterday, and today till about 3:30. We will continue the hearing tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m., and we're hoping to conclude no later than 7 p.m. tomorrow. And then the panel will begin their deliberations, and we should have those issued, I think within 30 days is what we have. So code says 15 days, but both parties have stipulated to 30 days. So just status update, we are working hard, so all these binders you see in front of us, we've read them all, and that's where we're at with that.
Well, Ms. Domboski, let me repeat my thanks to you, to Mr. Trainee and Mr. Evans for taking a big hit for the rest of us. It's a lot of work, and we appreciate your diligence. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to let everybody know that the SAP independent review we received 6 proposals, and the review team will be meeting on Thursday to evaluate the proposals. And our next Budget and Finance Committee meeting will be on December 18th from noon to 1 in the Assembly Conference Room. And I just want to talk a little bit about where I was last week, the week of the 17th. I attended the National League of Cities Conference in Austin, Texas. And just for those who don't know what NLC is, it's the largest advocacy organization for local governments that's serving over 19,000 cities, villages, and towns, and 283 million Americans. There were some really excellent workshops, and there was a workshop on transportation network companies, how appropriate. And there was really great discussion during that workshop, and there was an Uber representative there, and I heard pro and con comments from several mayors and council folks from across the country, and I have some really good notes to share later. As everybody know, I serve on the board of National League of Cities and also on the Finance and Investment Advisory Committee, so I was really busy attending several leadership meetings, and as you know also by now, I got reelected to the National League of Cities Board of Directors for another 2 years, which is pretty exciting. Also, Julian Castro, the Secretary of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, he was one of our guest speakers, and HUD and the National League of Cities signed a memorandum of understanding to end homelessness, and I'll talk more about that at the Assembly's ad hoc Committee on Alcohol and Drug Abuse. Also, Secretary Castro, he announced that there's $30 million available in grants to help communities transform their neighborhoods. And in closing, I just want to say that National League of Cities is in really great financial shape as we celebrated our 90th anniversary. And Anchorage has been a member for 50 years, and one of our goals was to establish new membership, and I'm really, really happy to report that Barrow, Alaska is now a member of the National League of Cities. It was a great conference all in all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, sir.
And Mr. Evans.
Nothing.
Mr. Steele.
Nothing.
Ms. Johnston.
No, thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Public Safety Committee meeting will be in the conference room between the Chambers and Wilda Marston Theater on Wednesday, December 17th at noon to 1:30. We'll have it posted, and I'll try to get an agenda out ahead of time so you can address it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Hall.
Thank you for the opportunity, but no.
Okay. We have a few laid on the table items, but first, may I please have a motion to incorporate?
So moved.
And we don't have a list before us, so I'm going to try and get this right, and if I miss something, someone please catch me. First laid on the table item is 9F Foxtrot 8. That's AM 723-2014. It's appointments to the Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors, and this will have to be held over for a public hearing to our next meeting. We have a floor amendment to item 14D Delta, which is AO 2014-144. This is a revision to the Port Terminal Tariff number 8. We have, for item 14P Papa, an S version of AO 2014-140. That's the ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 related to the Chugach State Access Plan through the land permit use permit process, and to address Chugach State Park access dedication separately from trail dedication. And then we have item 14Q Quebec 2, that's AO 2014-139S from Mr. Peterson, an ordinance adopting the East Anchorage District Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan, amending Municipal Code Title 21, and it allows for amendments that are attached thereto. Those are all the laid on the table items I have. However, as I said, I do expect some additional ones to come our way regarding the issue around Platinum Jacks, and we will get those distributed as soon as legal review is complete. Are there any other items to be laid on the table? Okay, with that, may I please have a motion to approve the consent agenda? It's been moved and seconded. We're now at items to pull. Mr. Starr?
Yes, I have one, but I can't find the number.
We haven't voted yet.
9F2.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. None this evening.
Ms. Domboski?
9 Bravo 5.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Trainee?
9D2.
P. Bravo.
No, D as in dog. 9D2, sorry.
Mr. Evans?
No items.
Mr. Steele?
No items, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnston?
No items, thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
No items. Oh, I'm sorry. 9 Alpha 1. 9 Alpha 1.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Hall?
None.
Thank you. I have items 9 Alpha 1, 9 Bravo 5, and 9 Foxtrot 2 to be pulled.
And 9D2.
Sorry, 9 Delta 2 as well. Were there any additional items? Seeing, hearing none, would you please vote? The clerk has requested that we have a vote for incorporation of the laid on the table items. Would you please proceed to vote on the incorporation? And that carries unanimously. That brings us back to the consent agenda minus the items that have been pulled. Please proceed to vote. And that carries unanimously as well. That brings us to item 9 Alpha 1. Mr. Honeman.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing, hearing none, that item is approved. Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Chairman, with my honor, I'd like to read item 9A1, which is Assembly Resolution number 2014-310. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating and honoring L.V. Gray Jackson for her recognition as a 2015 YWCA BP Woman of Achievement. Whereas L.V. Gray Jackson began her public service career with the municipality of Anchorage in the Public Transit Department in 1983, and she continues to be a strong advocate for public transportation. And whereas from 1988 through 2004, Ms. Gray Jackson began working for the Anchorage Assembly Department in what became the Assembly Budget and Legislative Services Office and served as director. From 2005 to 2008, L.V. Gray Jackson worked for the Municipal Light and Power Department as director for the Alaska Rail Belt Energy Authority, a joint action utility agency. And whereas in 2008, L.V. Gray Jackson resigned from executive municipal employment to take her seat as an elected member of the Anchorage Assembly for Midtown Anchorage, District 4. And with her re-election in 2011 and 2014, L.V. Gray Jackson continues with Assembly member trainee to represent Midtown Anchorage. And whereas during her career, L.V. Gray Jackson has worked with 42 Assembly members and 5 mayors in cooperation with diverse parties and counts her ability to listen and assist constituents from all 6 Assembly districts amongst her most appreciated contributions to the community. And whereas since 1999, L.V. Gray Jackson has been involved with the National League of Cities, the oldest and largest national organization representing municipal governments throughout the United States, and served as the Assembly's NLC representative, and since December 2012, L.V. Gray Jackson was elected to the National League of Cities Board of Directors. She also serves on the NLC Finance Committee and the Investment Advisory Committee, giving the municipality of Anchorage representation in municipal concerns on a national level. And whereas Ms. Gray Jackson served on the Board of Directors of the Boys and Girls Club and the Woodside East Homeowners Association and actively supports a variety of nonprofit organizations, including the NAACP, Awake, Project Access, Identity Inc., Big Brothers Big Sisters, and the Arc of Anchorage. And whereas on Thursday, November 13th, the YWCA recognized L.V. Gray Jackson as a 2015 BP Woman of Achievement, which selects and honors 10 Alaska women who have demonstrated qualities of leadership and excellence in their professional and personal endeavors, as well as their contributions to the larger community and support for the YWCA's programs that work to empower women and eliminate racism. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates with and honors L.V. Gray Jackson for her selection as a 2015 YWCA BP Woman of Achievement. Passed and approved this Anchorage Assembly the second day of December 2014.
I want to thank the Academy, Keanu Reeves, the late Michael. Oh no, Ron Vanu. Sorry about that. I want to thank, first of all, Darrell Hess for nominating me, and I want to thank the 5 women who wrote letters of support. That's Harry Drummond, Deborah Bonito, Garen Carr, 4 women, and my colleague Amy Domboski. It was very touching. When you spend nearly 32 years working diligently to serve the public, empower women, and eliminate racism, which is the goal of the YWCA, it is truly an honor to be recognized for those efforts. It was an amazing, amazing recognition, and this resolution, it simply maintains the glow that I felt when I officially received a Woman of Achievement Award. To all the women in this room and watching the meeting this evening, remember, we need to work with our young people, but especially our young women. And also remember, we are not mentors. We are women. We are women-ters. And I want you to use that word from here on out because that's how it's going to become part of the Webster's Dictionary. Thank you.
Don't run away, Mrs. Gray Jackson. I want to keep you pinned there for a minute. Mr. Honeman.
Well, first of all, Ms. Gray Jackson, I know you and I met at public transit back in my tenure started in 1985, so I was just a few years behind you. But we've maintained a fast friendship since then and a deep friendship as we've become colleagues here on this body. And I can say unequivocally that you are one of those public servants who listens to everyone, and regardless of whether or not you can help with their issue, you at least respond to them and you listen to them, and I think that's one of your best and most admirable qualities. So I appreciate that, and I want to congratulate you on this achievement and this award. Thank you.
And Ms. Domboski.
I'm going to be brief because I probably would cry otherwise. But I want you to know that it gives me great pride to sit beside you. You are a wonderful public servant and a dear friend, and I just, you are an amazing woman-tor. So thank you.
I feel the same about you.
And Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Elva. You and I represent the same constituents, and believe me.
Turn your mic on. I need to hear.
Unplug your ears, ma'am. We serve the same constituents, and believe me, with your service to them, they're well served. I'm just a throw-in to help. But you do a great job. Thank you, Elvie, for serving with me.
Well, and Elvie is the product of a woman of achievement. I consider your recognition to be of particular import and impressiveness. You are an amazing woman who's achieved an incredible amount in your life. We thank you for your contributions, not just to this body, but to our community. So, congratulations.
Thank you all.
That brings us to item 9, Bravo 5. Ms. Domboski, when you're ready.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Domboski.
I believe this has already been approved. The financial portion of this has already been approved. This is just allocation of centennial money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote. And so by a vote of 10 yeas and 1 nay, that motion carries. That brings us to item 9, Delta 2. Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to move this, but I want to bifurcate it so I can do two things. I can move the whole thing, then we can bifurcate, or I can just bifurcate it now as I move it. Your choice, sir. Which would you prefer?
I'd like a motion to approve first, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
You gentlemen,
I move to bifurcate. What we need to do, Mr. Chairman, is drop out James Edward Cunningham due to health reasons. He can't serve. So what we want to do is just bifurcate the issue, drop him out. We appreciate his willingness, but medical conditions don't allow him to serve. So
I second that.
Understood. So the motion is to bifurcate. Mr. Traney, if you'd kindly, and Mr. Honeman, please proceed to vote on the motion to bifurcate. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to the nomination for Ms. Churchill. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to the motion for Mr. Cunningham. May I please have a motion to postpone indefinitely?
move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. One moment here, and I'll allow you to vote. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 9, Foxtrot 2. Mr. Starr.
I move to introduce.
Second.
Would you gentlemen please press your buttons? And I need a third.
Third.
Ms. Domboski is the
And I know, Mr. Chairman, in normal protocols, that's it, but I have some concerns about the financial condition of the city, and I'd like to have an opportunity to talk about those.
Okay, would you like to have a work session on this, or you just want to?
Not necessarily. I'm wondering if time isn't of the essence in certain aspects of this. If we wait 2 more weeks, and I'm concerned for a couple of reasons, is what if we don't have the fund balance available? It hasn't been alluded to us that we have fund certainty in that regard. So if we could at least get an affirmation that this is financially possible, first off, or will be financially possible on the 16th, with an elaborate answer on how do you know that we can actually have the money available to appropriate on the 16th. And if not, the reason I bring that up is I've been here before, and I've been caught in places where we didn't quite have the money to appropriate, and we hit our fund balances to a detrimental level. So if you don't mind that conversation occurring now.
Ms. Geyer, I note your name on here as the fund certifier. Would you care to comment, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to comment. As I wrote in a response to the Assembly, the Fund 151 balance after this $3.1 million appropriation is $13.6 million. So Fund 151 after this appropriation has $13.6 million in it. And then I went further in my note to the Assembly members and described that after these appropriations that have taken place this year, the bond set-aside calculation is $40 million, and the fund balance reserve is $50 million. So even after all appropriations that have been taking place this year, the fund balance calculation for the 10% set-aside is fine.
The 10% set aside, the emergency reserve, however, though, is my other contention. We've allowed latitude oftentimes between a 1% and a 3% of that. What will your calculations be in terms of where that percentage for emergency will fit?
The calculation for the emergency fund in 151 is, after this draw, leaves it at 1%, Mr. Starr.
That's the place I've been before, and it's concerning if other things are going to happen. Do we have our pulse on the rest of the departments? I guess if you start to have a stack up, police is one. We did a $2.5 million one on fire a couple years ago.
I'm sorry. Through the chair. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, we look at these fund balances in the aggregate to ensure that we're okay for a bond rating. And then when we certify the funds, we look at the fund itself. So there's 2 answers to your question. The first question you had was, how do we know that we have some level of comfort with fund balance when we haven't closed the books this year? And the way that we get to that level of comfort is we take last year's fund balance, which is known, we take out all the money that has been appropriated from fund balance this year, and then we make those calculations based on set aside based on last year's known expenditures. So it's a conservative analysis because you're not taking into consideration any fund balance that may be generated from operations this year. So
when you say you're not taking into consideration that, we're already coming into the middle of December. If, in fact, you don't have any contributions for efficiencies to be gained and you have another department or 2 that comes in $1 million short, we're getting pretty close to the financial concerns that I have. I understand the bond rating. That's an important number, and it's a fair amount of money. But the bond rating groups also came to us and wanted 12% to preserve that AAA conversation, and we made up for some of the conversation the fact that we had well over a 2% emergency reserve that could be combined. So I don't mind taking it as a matter of trust, but it may be wise, prudent conversations to have with your department heads to stop spending.
Through the chair, I think the APD could explain the rationale for the $3.1 million.
I'm not talking about the APD. The overall 101 fund balance is what rescues the municipality in total. And so the idea that we have other funds that come in short is my concern. So I'm actually fine with having the conversation, but from an executive cash flow perspective, if expenses exceed revenue forecasts at any point in time here in the next couple of weeks, you have an obligation to tell the Assembly.
And that is included, Mr. Starr, and through the chair, in the expenditure report that we gave you tonight. We do identify areas of concern to you and let you know that. So we have done projections through year end, and where we feel that there might be a concern, we've identified it in that report.
There's a $500,000 to approve for example, electronic records in the planning department for submittal, is it those kind of purchases that we would be best keeping the cash in the bank until we really know?
Through the chair, I don't have a concern at this moment, Mr. Starr, that the municipality is going to be in a difficult spot financially at the end of the year based on the projections that I've looked at. And OMB looks at projections on a weekly basis right now, and we're preparing another set of projections, and it doesn't concern me.
1% of emergency cash flow reserve should be concerning, especially as our budgets are getting bigger. So that's not a lecture. It's just I've been concerned before, and my gut's rumbling now. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the indulgence.
Through the chair, if the Assembly would like to have a work session on that, we'd be happy to do that toward the end of the year.
We may do that. Mr. Honeman.
I think that's where I was trying to get. I want to make sure I'm perfectly clear as I look through the expenditure report through September 30th, and maybe that's where Mr. Starr is going. Are we saying that we'll have the funding and the overall budget 2014 to make up the difference to perhaps transition or transfer in funding, or are we going to have to dip into the actual existing fund balance? Which, okay.
Yeah. If you don't,
I guess that'll be at our.
Yeah, well, I'll work with the clerk's office to set up a work session
for
a Friday after next, so that everyone has a clear picture before we move on this. Mr. Traney?
Kate, question. Are we having the same problem with the fire department? You know, last year we had a problem with overtime there. Are we having a problem at all there with overtime this year?
Through the chair, the expenditure report forecasts that the fire department believes it may be $500,000 shy of its budget and may need an appropriation, but we felt we should wait a little while longer before we bring that forward to you. So we're tracking it right now.
But $500,000?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to thank Mr. Starr for his comments and the other comments that were made by my colleagues, but this is for introduction, and introduction items don't, have debate. But since we're talking about it, I just want to say one thing. The code requires our CFO to certify funds, and she did certify these funds, and if her certification is correct, she's in trouble, and I don't think she wants to be in any trouble. So with that said, I look forward to a work session and also to the public hearing on this item. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. See no one else in queue. That item is introduced. That brings us to the conclusion of our Mr. Starr?
Well, I'm happy if the Budget and Finance Committee wants to take up a work session. Doesn't need to bring us all into it. If there's a recommendation or an at ease that all is well, that's kind of all I'm after. My point is that the clock is ticking on our ability to save money between now and the end of the year. So, my message was sent. I hope that if we have to stop spending, somebody else makes that determination and not me on the 17th or the 20th of December. So if you need to set up a work session, I'm happy with the committee report, quite frankly.
I'll consult with Ms. Gray-Jackson as to the best course forward, sir. Folks, we have a little time before we can start our public hearing process. Would we like to do the legislative program right now? In that case, may I please have a motion to change the order today?
Change the order today. Take up item 15, special orders.
Second.
Press your buttons, folks. Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, we are now under special orders. I need a motion to amend, please.
I have that.
Ms. Johnston.
I move to amend the motion to approve AR 2014-309, adopting the 2015 legislative program by substituting the final version of the program documented dated November 26, 2014.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Traney.
I've got an item to add to this. It was passed out to the Assembly members. It amends AS 29.35.450 to add a new subsection C5 to read as follows. 29.35.50. What it is, it's 5 to require approval by the voters residing in the subdivision or parcel proposed to be added to a Parks and Recreation service area if the subdivision or parcel is at least partially within the physical boundary of the Parks and Recreation service area, and the services provided, including access and use of park, are within 5 miles of the subdivision or parcel. The intent of this, there are approximately 771 parcels within the boundaries of Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area who do not pay taxes for Parks and Recreation Services due to the vulgarities of expansion of service area for over 40 years with city growth. The above state statute was amended just 10 years ago to include a dual majority vote requirement that gives people outside the service area but who benefit from the services a veto power greater than the voting power of a majority where the taxpayers who pay to provide the services. See above language in bold. This is unfair and needs to be addressed by statute amendment. The Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area is being shorted approximately $1 million a year.
Thank you, sir. Would you kindly press your button?
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on that amendment? I have some other folks in queue. Ms. Johnston, are you on that one?
Yes, I just want to say that the majority of these are in Mr. Evans in my district. And while I know I've heard in the past members complaining from Bear Valley about this, I will be in support of this because I think it's the right thing to do.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Domboski, I presume you're in queue for your amendment? Okay, all right. With that, please proceed to vote on Mr. Trainey's amendment. And that carries unanimously, which brings us back to Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to amend page 9, Glen Highway Capacity Improvement Southbound Project. Instead of District 14, it should say area-wide. 19, 19er. This is a highway, and as with projects in the past, Minnesota Drive, etc., it's been an area-wide. You going to second it, Bill?
It's been moved and seconded. Okay. So the motion to the last line on page 19 is to change the district from 14 to area-wide. Is there further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. We're now back to the original motion, which is the approval of the 2015 legislative program as amended. Is there further discussion? Mr. Starr?
Well, other than Ms. Harrington, I was driving home from the last meeting and she called me for clarification. So, Shalon, raise your hand because you did great wherever you may be. Thank you. And you can go ahead and print a bunch of copies and get us some. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Wheeler?
Mr. Chairman, just a reminder that under Robert's rules, this motion to amend requires 8 votes to pass.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Domboski?
Last comment, if I could, Shalon, could you do me a favor and put 6 copies of this in my box? Thank you.
Would the Eagle River Chugach delegation have 6 members, ma'am? Ah, very good. All right. With that, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. Mr. Wheeler, you have your 8 votes.
Should we do a motion to reconsider?
If you wish.
Does it matter?
I don't think it does.
Okay, then I'll ignore.
Maybe we'll do it tomorrow, just irritate her.
We have 2 items under old business we can take up now. Before our break, we may as well. Next item is 11A, AM 673-2014, the Board of Adjustment appointment of Mr. Dwayne Adams, who I see in the back. It was postponed from our meeting to prevent our previous meeting on the November 18 to permit a 10-day public comment period. May I please have a motion?
Second.
Moved and second. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none.
I would like to talk to Mr. Adams.
By all means. Mr. Adams, would you please come forward, sir?
And while he's walking down, there's one point of clarification in this, on the back side of his resume. He uses me as a reference, and I'm pleased to do that. There was no impropriety in that. A conversation from time to time, Dwayne and I interact. My concern is some of what I run into out in the streets for doing business with others is your ability to remain sort of independent or not be exempted from active items in front of the B of A. Do you see that to be a problem with your exposure in your industry?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, that's a constant problem in this community. If you want someone who really understands planning issues, you're going to be confronted with that issue. So it's basically intrinsic to the issue, and In fact, this very case was brought up in a conflict of interest case that was filed against me, and it was relative to my ability when I sat on the Planning and Zoning Commission to actually approve the CIP. That was the issue, because I dealt with a number of issues that were there, and the findings of the board was it's impossible to find that person who doesn't have some interest in the CIP. But with respect to planning, there's a couple other things. First of all, as there are some on the assembly, I'm in, shall we say, the twilight of my career. And with respect to that, I've really cut back my hours. I have one or two planning issues that I'm dealing with, but for the most part, I've really curtailed my involvement with a lot of the clients that I typically have had, and I really am focusing on design, and those design issues are not the type issues that typically find themselves before a board of adjustment. They're
Thank you for that. And I guess, Ms. Tucker, you can probably weigh in from an ethics perspective. This is similar to some of the other board appointments that we have where, not that Mr. Adams, I don't know his political giving campaigners activity in other campaigns, but you're restricted now from this appointment, I believe, from campaign contributions as well as partaking as a listed member in a campaign. Do you understand that?
Sounds great.
I didn't want to speak for you, but Ms. Tucker, is that correct? He's not allowed to give money to candidates?
Yeah. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, I'd have to check on that. I know that that's the rule for the Ethics Board. As the Assembly may know, the matters that come before the Board of Adjustment then go on to Superior Court. So I'm not sure if that same thing is in there, but you're welcome to use that from now forward, just on Mr. Starr's recommendation.
Well, Mr. Adams,
I'll check.
you and Ms. Tucker is the legal counsel for Board of A, so I'm urging your appointment tonight, and you can take that matter up with your legal counsel as you find that necessary.
Thank you very much for that information.
Thanks for serving.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Adams. Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right. I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 11B, AIM 151-2014, the Internal Audit Report 2014-07, Police and Fire Retiree Medical Trust 2-year review, brought to us by the Employee Relations Department, was postponed for a meeting of the 5th.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to postpone accepting this information memorandum until the meeting of January 13th, and I can explain.
Second.
I think you mean the 16th, ma'am?
Well, I was just told it was the 13th.
Oh,
but
I'm sorry.
I second.
January 13th?
January 13th. Thank you. I'm sorry. I think you said December. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed, ma'am.
But I was going to explain why, if you'd like me to.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned at our last meeting, this issue has been on the table for several years, and I think before we should accept this this audit, we need to figure out what we're going to do about it one way or another. And I've already talked to the chair of the audit committee, and not to put in words in his mouth, but he had no problem with postponing it, and neither did another committee of the audit, member of the audit committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that we have a problem. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson. Who was the second on that?
I was, Your Honor.
Would you please press the button, sir? Okay, thank you. Mr. Honeman, you're in queue.
Yeah, thank you. I concur, and I did talk to Mr. Starr, Ms. Gray Jackson. My only suggestion, and I'll make it a formal request if necessary, is to make sure that we have the members of the Police and Fire Medical Trust Board, as well as their administrator, at this meeting so that they could, my understanding is the trust board was not presented the findings, or nor were they given a formal presentation to explain recommendations. So I think it'd be good to get them in the room and have them give some input, because I believe they have some ideas of how they can address some of the findings.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, in just my brief conversations, I think that I would probably write a letter as the audit chair, initially stating some of our concerns and give them an opportunity to meet as a board, and then have that meeting secondarily as the audit committee. They can either send a representative or the entire board can join us for an audit committee meeting sometime after the first of the year. The first week of January is what I'll probably set up. So, I'll run that out to the committee members here on the audit committee here. But I think that's what I'm going to do, is send out a memo stating concerns, copy Mr. Rascom's in there as well so that he can help formulate if we have to modify the formal report or the audit findings, then he's prepared to do that as well, and hopefully we can get it all back by mid-January. But I think the point's valid. Ms. Gray-Jackson's right to do it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gray-Jackson, wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, to wrap up, Mr. Orman, thank you very much for your comments. But I just want to say that when this issue was brought up a couple years ago, we did have an audit committee meeting, and we did have the board there. So they haven't been ignored, if you will, by no means. And thank you, Mr. Starr, chair of the audit committee. We're going to do this the right way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, the motion is to postpone to our meeting of January 13. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to the end of the items that we can take up before 6 o'clock, so we'll take our dinner break and be back a little bit after the 6 o'clock hour. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly back to order. I do note we have some students in the audience. Of course, public humiliation is one of our core competencies. We'd like to invite you each to come forward and let us know who you are and what school you're visiting us from.
Or if you don't want to come forward, just tell us your teacher is.
Don't be shy.
And Mr. Chairman, we have not only high school students, but I believe we have a couple of Boy Scouts as well. So
very good.
Show the limit.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, I'm Wyatt Slater. I'm from Service High School.
Welcome, Mr. Slater.
Thank you.
Good evening, Assemblymen and women. My name is Eric Walker, and I'm also from Service High School.
Greetings.
I'm Randy Meir, and I'm also from Service. Good evening, I'm Silvana Slosarchuk. I'm an exchange student from Romania.
Welcome.
Matt Mafalero, not an exchange student from Romania, but I go to Service.
Jenna Allen, Service High School.
Hi, I'm Noah Dean. I'm also from Service High School.
I'm Callie Lafferty, and I'm also from Service High School, and my grandpa, Mr. Hall, is my grandpa.
I'm Connor Truskowski, and I'm also from Service High School.
My name is Christoph Filling, and I'm from Troop 230.
Welcome.
My name is Eric Finley, and I'm from Troop 230.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Brooke Holyfield, and I'm from Service High School.
Hi, Matt Vogetta from Service High School.
Great. Well, thanks for all coming down. We hope you enjoy the show. That brings us to item 12A. Do we have a representative from the Anchorage Unitarian Church here tonight?
Somebody just wants to donate us money. We'll take that.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sam Cason, C-A-S-O-N. I'm the president of the board of the Anchorage Unitarian Fellowship, and we have a little something that we'd like to give you here.
I'll bet you the mayor will take it.
We have a couple of members here.
I'm Peggy Robinson.
I saw Kaylin earlier.
Again, Kaylin Saxon is here too. She slipped away for a moment. But I have a letter that I'd like to read for you, and I'll give a copy of that with our check. Almost 55 years ago, in his famous farewell address, President Dwight Eisenhower said, "As we peer into society's future, we, you and I, and our government must avoid the impulse to live only for today, plundering for our own ease and convenience the precious resources of tomorrow. We cannot mortgage the material assets of our grandchildren without risking the loss also of their political and spiritual heritage. We want democracy to survive for all generations to come, not to become the insolvent phantom of tomorrow. We, the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, value the future of our grandchildren too much not to help pay for the upkeep of our city today. Therefore, we are pleased to present our voluntary payment in lieu of taxes, as we have done for most of the 50 years that we have been a church in the municipality of Anchorage. We present this pilot in support of the costs of city maintenance, snow plowing, police protection, and education in our community. Belief in participation in the democratic process is one of the 7 principles we strive for, and we strengthen our commitment to it by recognizing the financial stake every person has in maintaining a civilized society. We, the people, enjoy the benefits, and we will not refuse the burden of our local government. Like many families in Anchorage, our budget at AUUF is tight. We cannot fund all of the worthy programs we envision to make not only our congregation, but also our community a better and more wholesome place to live. Also, as you may or may not know, we moved this year. More than 25 years ago, we moved from our little log cabin church on the Park Strip to a slightly bigger facility nestled between Turnagain and Spenard. Some 10 years ago, we realized we were outgrowing our little blue home and began an extended process of planning and searching and trying to figure out how to move to yet a larger facility. This fall, we moved to an old church building in Airport Heights, another old Anchorage neighborhood. We are happy to be in our new old facility and a new old neighborhood. We've been very welcomed, and we look forward to many years of engagement with our new neighbors. The Airport Heights Community Council received us warmly, as have the adjacent homeowners. The move wasn't without issues. We had several contacts with the Municipal Planning Division, both as seller and as buyer. We appreciate the courtesy and professionalism that we were met with. At our new facility, the driving surface in our alleyways could be improved. There have been after-hours loiterers, and in the weeks after our move, the first batch of checks we sent out to pay our utility bills and our property insurance were stolen out of our mailbox. We've been told that the Airport Heights Community Council organized and submitted an application to meet the requirements as a neighborhood watch area. We don't know the situation well and would like to take this opportunity to encourage action on their request for neighborhood watch recognition and an increased friendly police presence in our new neighborhood. In making this payment in lieu of taxes, we honor the founders of AUUF by continuing their commitment to share in the cost of caring for our beautiful city, just as we share in the benefit of living in this incomparable place. We do this also in affirmation of the separation of church and state that safeguards religious freedom for all our nation. In closing, we hope that each of you will accept our humble gratitude for your participation in the democratic process as elected officials. Thank you to the Assembly and to the Mayor for your work in sustaining our municipality and the people in peace and equity. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Case. And don't run away. I've got a few questions for you here, if you don't mind. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, thank you for being here again this year as you are every year. Hopefully next year we'll have other people of faith coming in and making their donations too, because everybody uses the same police, same fire, same water system, same sewer system. So it needs to be everybody here contributing. Thanks for leading by example.
Well, thank you very much.
And Mr. Honeman?
And I want to say again as well, thank you for your role, knowing, of course, and I think for particularly our young civics lessons, that under federal and state laws, churches and some nonprofits are exempt from paying property taxes to the local government. And so even though you're exempt, you guys have taken it upon yourself to at least guesstimate how much you believe your property taxes might be, and that you're doing this as a congregation, and I think that's a huge gesture. There are many, many churches in our community, and all of them make us a better community. So you stand alone, I believe, as one of the few churches, if not the only one, that actually gives money to the municipality, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. And I would like to say that we don't think that we pay for the benefits that we receive. We are much richer than what it costs us to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele?
Thank you for coming and for paying those taxes again this year. I know that you must have had some serious expenses on the move, but also to have lost then some payments you were making when you first got there. But I hate it. My thing's going on and on. But your congregation is also a great congregation. People are involved. People deal with issues. I know that you have sessions where folks talk about issues, and a lot of your congregation are deeply involved in public affairs one way or another. And so a great example, a great congregation, and hated to lose you in West Anchorage. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We hated to move.
And Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just also want to chime in and thank you for bringing in your payment in lieu of taxes, I guess we'll call it. And also want to thank you for setting a fine example, and hopefully some of the other religious institutions in town will start following your example. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mbosky?
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to, Mr. Steele and Mr. Peterson used the greatest word, and it is example. I just want to say thank you for your example, not only in monetary contributions, which is greatly appreciated by the city, but for your example of service and your example of community. It's greatly appreciated, and I want to tell you, I love your tie.
Jerry Garcia.
Well, I see no one else in queue, Mr. Kaysen, but I echo the thanks of the city for your contributions, not just tonight, but throughout the year, and Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Well, thank you again.
All right. That brings us to item 14A, AO 2014-141, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending the Anchorage Municipal Code Charter 1.40 to designate the municipal clerk as custodian of the official municipal seal, brought to us by Mr. Vice Chair Trainee. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14B. Before we start the public hearing, I do wish to inform those present that the administration has requested we continue this public hearing to our meeting on December 16, so that there's a sufficient time for public review of this contract. This is AO 2014-142, an ordinance approving a collective bargaining agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, 1547 technicians, and reducing the 30-day period for public review and comment. Brought to us by Employee Relations Department, Labor Relations Division, and accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 689-2014. As I said, this is a public hearing which we will likely continue. If you wish to testify, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, may I please have a motion?
Move to continue to the next meeting.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Press buttons, gentlemen. Mr. Starr, you're in queue, sir.
I don't know who needs to answer this, but why is this one unique from that? I've had the IBEW contract in front of me now for several weeks, of which I've read. Is there still points of negotiation that are occurring?
Ms. Usera?
Ms. Usera will answer. And this is the IBEW, formerly known as the IBEW Mechanics, now called the Technicians, so it's not the main IBEW.
Yes, Mr. Starr, through the chair, Nancy Usera, Director of Employee Relations. This is the IBEW Technicians, formerly known as the IBEW Mechanics contract. It's a subset of a collective bargaining unit that is represented by the IBEW.
Without getting into the item in front of us, are they, and I've read it, but does that mean that that's a separate group or a subcontracted or a subcategory inside the contract we already have in front of us?
No. It's an entirely different bargaining unit. They voted a number of years ago to be represented by the IBEW.
I remember that now. That's clear, so I was uncertain as to what the item actually was that was in front of us that we were...
This is their entire collective bargaining agreement.
I'm with you. Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Becerra. I see no one else in queue. The motion is to postpone or to continue the public hearing to December 16. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14C, AO 2014-145, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.70.090 to provide for a 28-day public review and comment period prior to Assembly action on a collective bargaining agreement. Brought to you by me. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14D, Delta AO 2014-144, an ordinance authorizing adoption of the Port of Anchorage Terminal Tariff Number 8, brought to us by the Port of Anchorage. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum AM 691-2014. And by the way, we do have a floor amendment which was passed out earlier. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. There we are. Come on down, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Brad Kroon. I'm on the Anchorage Port Commission as Vice Chair.
Mr. Kroon, could you hold on for 1 second? I forgot I need to take a comment from Mr. Evans before we start the public hearing. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a brief disclosure. Although I don't believe I have any particular interest in this matter, my largest client as an attorney is Horizon Lines of Alaska, LLC, which is one of the port's main tenants, and would obviously be affected by the result of this tariff ordinance. I don't do tariff work for them. I do labor and employment work for them, but on occasion I do other legal work. I've had no conversations with them regarding this issue, and I wouldn't personally benefit at all one way or the other on this issue, but I did want to make it known that that is a client of mine so that there's no question about it.
Thank you, sir. And is your recompense based at all on the charges that the Horizon Lines pays to the Port of Anchorage?
Not at all, sir.
Okay. Based on that, I find no conflict, and you'll be compelled to participate, sir. Is there any question on that ruling? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Kroon, I apologize for the delay. Please proceed.
Oh, no problem. First of all, I just wanted to bring forward Sue Linford, our chair, was unable to attend for personal reasons tonight. She wanted me to send her apologies, or she would have liked to have comment. As Vice Chair, I'd like to encourage the Assembly to approve the motion for the tariff. We've gone through extensive reviews with the port and Bill Wilkes with the FCS group who did the review and built the model for the port. They've done a lot of work moving forward this tariff, and in order for them to be economically viable moving forward, I think we agree with the port staff in that it is a good financial foundation for the port, and it's as proposed being a revenue-based plan. There is some because it's being incremented over the next 5 years. There is an opportunity to review that as we move forward, and the port staff have volunteered to provide us with financial statements so we can continue to review and monitor the progress of that of the tariff and make adjustments if necessary. So again, we support the tariff as written and encourage you to approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Kroon. Mr. Starr has a question for you.
Oh, yes.
Could you just briefly explain to us how the tug escort plan is implemented? I tried to find it in here. I oftentimes fly over the inlet, and some ships I see tug escorted, and other ships I don't see tug escorted, of pretty good size, quite frankly. Can you tell me how we require tug escort?
Well, at this time, there is no requirements for tug escorts for vessels. There is some, what you would call ice scouts for barging, and that's encouraged by the Coast Guard, but it's not a rule. It's an advisory.
So our incoming ships carrying fuels aren't required to have assistance from, say, Fire Island inbound?
No, there are no requirements, federal or state or otherwise.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, Mr. Kroon. Thank you for coming out and tell Ms. Linford that she will be missed but excused.
Will do. Thanks.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Captain Bob Pulowski, and a member of the Port Commission. I thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed tariff. I will first open my comments by complimenting the Port Director and staff over my time on the Port Commission by fostering a strong working dialogue with the Commission and showing leadership to move the Port forward as a implementing business practices. This tariff is but another good example of a commitment to analyze the performance of the Port, the metrics measured, and the options to continue to perform as a successful enterprise activity of the municipality. I speak in support of the new approach because it is allowing annual adjustments and it's taking a look at how the economics of the port can work. Very simply, they're combining the management costs with the growth of revenue, and they're working to find a stable financial surety that the port can operate on a long term. To me, that's a significant change instead of having a multi-year tariff. The annual adjustment works very well. In considering the tariff, what I really appreciated was the opportunity to work with the contractor in actually going through the models. I work with Excel extensively and understand financial analysis, and it really helped us to take a look at how the specific economic model worked and how changes could change the targets that were requested. The working time also allowed us to understand the rationale between how the port and the contractor developed the targets. And finally, when presented to the Port Commission, I was very confident in the model, in the analysis, and in the recommendations, and encourage you to simply support the tariff. Thank you. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman has a question.
I just wanted to say thank you for your time and commitment working with the Commission and on behalf of the Port. And I just wanted to make sure it's very clear. The two things come to mind. One is the last time we've had any rate increase was at the last tariff increase that was set for multiple years. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was I'd have to get the exact date. I want to say it was 2012. Okay. But it was just a few years ago, and it was an amendment. And then tariff number 8.
The issue, I think, going to where Mr. Evans might have had some concerns, but Horizon and Toten, the major, if you will, users already have an actual agreement, right? So they're not necessarily covered under this until their contract comes up. Is that correct?
That is correct, and they are under a preferential use agreement, and the Port Director, Steve, could go in much more details if you wanted that, but they are not in this actual tariff structure. However, they've been integral part of the discussion and have been at the Port Commission meetings where this has been discussed.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
I see no further questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Anybody else wants to speak to us on the port tariff matter? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Johnston?
I just would like to amend Exhibit A. We had original page 15.1. The administration has amended it with their 15.1, their 15.2, and their 15.3. We could amend that into the Exhibit A package.
Would you kindly press your motion button, ma'am? Amendment number 1 has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Wheeler?
Sorry, I believe the floor motion that we had proposed was to take out pages 15 and 15.1.
Not A.
And substitute in 15.1, 15.2, and 15.3.
Thank you, sir.
I would be glad to amend my motion.
Mr. Starr, you were the second. You can concur? Okay. With that, please proceed to vote on the amendment.
It must be given to somebody else.
But I did once. You're right.
Who am I missing? Mr. Peterson, would you kindly press your button, sir? And that motion carries unanimously. We're now back to the original item 14D as amended. Is there further discussion? Seeing, hearing none, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14E, AR 2014-304, a resolution appropriating $500,000 as a contribution from the Community Development Department to 2014 Area-Wide General Operating Fund 101 to the Community Development Department Area-Wide General Capital Fund, Improvement Fund 401 for the Electronic Plan E-Plan Review Project. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 692-2014. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote. You get passed down. Who am I waiting on? Yeah, that's very good. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14F, AR 2014-305, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,140,451 from the Federal Highway Administration through the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund. Thank you. This is for the 2015 AMATS program in the Community Development Department, accompanied by AM 693-2014. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing no one, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14G, AR 2014-311, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving alcoholic beverages conditional use for a package store use and license number 688 in the B3 General Business District for Fuji Incorporated, doing business as Captain Sparrow, located at 1100 West Benson Boulevard within Bogoy Subdivision, Block 1, Lot 11, generally located south of West Benson Boulevard and east of Spenard Road in Anchorage. The Spenard and Midtown Community Councils. It's case number 2014-0168 from the Community Development Department, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 698-2014. This is also a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Honeman?
Just want to confirm with the Assembly representatives in the district, this was the old In-N-Out Bush 2 where had finally gotten some resolve with their conditional use. It appears there have been no responses back. Does it seem like this is in order?
Mr. Hall's in queue. Mr. Hall?
Yes, Mr. Honeman, I appreciate you asking that question. Mr. Steele and I worked with the former owner who voluntarily agreed to allow his conditional use to come up for reconsideration and agreed to certain conditions in that. The change in that operation has been absolutely phenomenal. Every indication is this new owner is going to continue that, except he intends to take it a little further in regards to how its operation is run. So the Spenard Community Council, Mr. Steele and I both very strongly support the action.
Thank you.
I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. All right. We're getting to part of the complicated part of our agenda. You are being handed 4 items from our legal department that would be a conditional protest if approved by this body for some of the ordinances coming up, or the memoranda coming up before us. So what I need first is, Mr. Trainee, will you kindly change the order of the day to move to introduce these?
Motion to change the order of the day to introduce these items, Mr. Chairman.
Press your button, sir. Is there a second? Okay. Is there? Please proceed to vote on changing the order of the day. Mr. Starr? No, this is a change in the order of the day.
Just change the order of the day. No. So far.
Okay. We are now to the point where we may introduce these, and I intend to make them part of the public hearing for the other matters before us.
Mr. Chairman, move to introduce. And 14K, 14L, 14M.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So, okay, Mr. Trainee, your motion to introduce?
Motion to introduce item 14K, 14L, 14M.
Thank you, sir. If you kindly press your button. May I have a second?
We get a second? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so those are in before us. We're not going to take them up until after we've had our public hearing. And while we're at, I don't know.
Did you get the votes on that?
You don't need a motion. You don't need a vote on introduction. And Ms. Domboski, while we're on introductions, you have an item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's been passed out. There's a summary of economic effects that will accompany 14N. So I'd like to go ahead and introduce that since we're doing introductions.
Thank you. Would you kindly press your button? Okay, and that's been introduced. All right. That brings us back to our public hearings. I would like a motion to combine the public hearings on item 14H through 14M and the accompanying resolutions that we just introduced.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. As soon as the screen lets me do it. There.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Evans, you're in queue, sir?
Yes, I just, as I understand these items before us, there are transfers to one party and then subsequent transfers from that party to another. Is there any reason procedurally to bifurcate those so that we have public testimony on the one before we work on the other? Because I don't think the issues will necessarily be the same.
That's a fair point. If you wish to, we could do public hearings on the first set of transfers and the other, but I suspect the issues will be the same.
We moved to combine the public hearings to all of them.
Public hearings are all the same.
Yeah, same time.
And the clerk has informed me that she would like a vote on the two separate motions for introduction. So the first vote that you're about to take will be the motion to introduce these three resolutions. Please proceed to vote. Mr. Starr?
Well, I'm trying to keep up here procedurally now. What's in front of the Assembly prior to these being introduced?
We're not taking action, sir. These are introducing them so that we can hear them concurrent.
Well, I'm going to ask you to stand down, Mr. Chairman, if you don't answer my question. You just laid a bunch of action items in front of us for consideration after public hearing. I need to combine my thinking process with what's in front of us. So I'm pretty smart at this. What was in front of the Assembly prior to introducing these?
We were getting ready to start our public hearing on the transfers.
When public hearing was to close, what would we have voted on then?
When the public hearing closed, we'll take up each item individually.
Prior to introducing these, what would we have taken up?
Prior to introducing these, we would have taken up the the memoranda in front of us.
Only.
Only.
Well, you don't make reference to the memorandum in this action item, though. That's my challenge, is you don't link these to the public hearing, which we're about to have.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, sir. To explain to you, Mr. Starr, these memoranda are non-objection to the transfers. In discussions with council, should we choose not to approve transfer, we are required to give the applicant 21 days notice and then have a public hearing on an objection to transfer. The purpose of these resolutions are to provide a conditional objection to transfer so that we can give the appropriate notification and decide as a body whether we choose to permit or approve or disapprove the transfer.
Mr. Starr?
These are not then subject to public hearing?
These are part of our public hearing process. I wanted them available to you as we had this discussion, and then we would have to have a public hearing on an actual objection. This is a conditional. These are conditional.
Mr. Starr, anything else, sir?
No.
Mr. Flynn?
I'm going to reset the vote so that members can vote on the motion to introduce. Mr. Peterson and Mr. Starr? So by a vote of 10 yeas and 1 nay, that motion carries. We now have the introduction of the C that Ms. Domboski put before us. Please proceed to vote on introduction of that item. And that carries unanimously. Now, if I may, please have a motion to combine, we already had the motion to combine the public hearing.
I'd like to make it again if you want.
Yeah, why don't we do it again just to make sure?
Move to combine the public hearing item 14H through 14M. People can testify one time on all of them.
It's been moved and seconded. Please.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Does the public have K through M?
We're getting those distributed right now. Please proceed to vote on combining the public hearing. And that motion carries unanimously. We now have a number of items associated with transfers from the old LAMEX to the new Tri-Grill and LED lounge before us. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, it is a public hearing. We welcome you to come down and give us your thoughts. We're doing fine, thank you. Welcome.
Good. My name is Isidoro Martinez. I have some packets here if later you guys would like to take them for review. In the summer, I was a patron of Fusions, which is now moving to Platinum Jacks, changed their name to LED due to this situation I'm about to explain. As I entered Fusions, I noticed that the staff was very, very intoxicated in a very celebrated mode. And they were celebrating because they were moving to Platinum Jacks. I just got off a plane. I travel from Anchorage, Colorado quite frequently. Just got off a plane. My sister did work there, and I was there to get a key from her, okay? I sat at the bar. I had a couple of drinks. Before you knew it, it was 3:30 in the morning, and they were still serving alcohol. Mind you, there was an enraged, very large security man who was there, who was acting very irate throughout the night and intimidating me with his eyes, meaning he was staring me down throughout the night. I don't live here any longer, so I don't know all the details of what's going on, but I did inquire with one of the bartenders, what's going on with this guy? Why is he looking at me? He then informed me, oh, he's dating one of the bartenders. He's just like that. He kept drinking. His boss and his security, his two bosses, were giving him the alcohol, which is clearly seen on video. And all of this whole incident is on video, which can be found at EC Envisions, which is my Facebook page. It is public information at this point. So, long story short, before you know it, this enraged bully of a man came and attacked me from behind, and I don't know if this picture does you any justice, but it is a picture depicting him holding me in the air in a chokehold until I passed out, and then he proceeded to throw me to the ground, causing severe injuries to my cervical, to my spine, and my neck. At that point, when I came to, meaning when I woke up out of being unconscious, I, of course, was dazed and confused, but I did recall me being choked. I then asked, what happened? What happened, meaning what happened after I got choked? How long was I out? How come nobody's called 911? I'm hurt, my knees are bleeding, and I couldn't feel my fingers, and I felt weird. I knew that I was hurt. Upon asking, they proceeded to tell me, oh no, you just fell out of your stool. You fell out of your stool, thinking that I was as drunk as them, which was not the case. They proceeded to offer me alcohol. Here, just have a drink. Have a drink. As I got more and more upset about the situation because I knew I was being lied to, I demanded for someone to call the police. As I see this raging bull of a man back in my peripheral, still out of control. Upon that, you can see in the videotape, the management, the owner of North Star Security, Tony, proceeds to try to attack me from behind as well, and people are holding him back. I decide to call 911. I couldn't believe my ears. I try to call 911. A staff member comes and yanks my phone out of my hand.
Sir, I apologize. We give each person 3 minutes, and yours have just expired.
Okay, well, I could break it down really quickly. I am here. The phone was stolen from me while I was trying to dial 911 by staff members. They never called 911. It's a cover-up. I am here to be the voice of the victims, and there's others here, to tell you that their practices are not good. They moved to the new location, and this whole idea of not calling the police when something happens at your place because you're afraid of repercussions or scrutiny is wrong. I'm here also to question why do we not have insurance, why are bar owners and club owners not required to carry insurance?
Ms. Domboski has a question for you, sir.
Yes.
Sir, could you please bring your documents up to the clerk and distribute them? And second follow-up question, after you left the location, did you file a police report?
Yes, I did.
Is that incorporated in the information?
Excuse me?
Is that incorporated in the information?
Yes, all here, the lawsuits, the criminal charges, the man has been with criminal charges. He's looking at fingers in jail. He's not out on bail. And he is allowed to work at a bar and continue to drink. My next question is, where are the regulations on security guards? Why are these security guards regulated? Where is the courses, the classes? What makes these people be able to secure drunken people at a club? This man that did this already was a parolee, already for a criminal charge for violence, and was allowed a position to protect and serve the people. I just want to know where the regulations lie. I mean, we have to have TAM cards. We have to have liquor licenses. Why do these security guards are more criminal than the patrons?
Thank you. Sir, the allegations you raise are severe, and I guarantee this body will take them seriously.
Thank you.
I appreciate your testimony very much.
Thank you. I know I have 3 minutes, but I would also like to claim the allegations of all the minors that are on video on Facebook right now with all the minors in consumption on Facebook in the establishment that you can find at Howard Gray Boff's Facebook. There is evidence of minors in consumption right on that page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And here's some more evidence.
Good evening, Mr. Schutte.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. My name is Chris Schutte. As you know me, I'm the Executive Director for Anchorage Downtown Partnership. We are an organization dedicated to a clean, safe, and vital downtown. I'm here tonight to testify in opposition to the transfer of ownership for the beverage dispensary license and duplicate licenses to Tri-Grill. I want everyone on this body to know this is not an appearance that we take very lightly, nor is this opposition. We are an organization that's dedicated to promoting and supporting economic development in downtown. However, that being said, as you've probably read in the emails that you've received or the letters or the phone calls, as we have, many of our member business and property owners have experienced tremendous negative impacts under the previous operators and are fearful of a continuation of those negative impacts under a new operator. Additionally, you've likely heard that the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board investigated Fusions Bar and Grill, co-owned by the petitioner, and the subsequent suspension of that Fusions liquor license for 3 months with a $10,000 fine. This does not speak well for the management and operator of Fusions Bar and Grill, nor does it speak very well for the outcome of a new nightclub in the Platinum Jacks location. Without confidence in the operator, a transfer of this sort makes the neighborhood extremely nervous, and rightly so. Given the neighborhood's experience under the previous operators, confidence in this new operator is paramount, and the transfer of these licenses should be protested because that confidence is not there. This transfer is in many ways reminiscent of the transfer that we all dealt with in 2012 with Rum Runners. However, in 2012, when that license was transferred to Mr. Burnett, there were assurances and protections put in place to protect against future misuse or violations provided with that transfer. That's lacking from this transfer and is one of the many reasons that we hope that you will consider opposing this petition for the transfer and respectfully request that you do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. I see no questions for you. Oh, Mr. Starr?
Mr. Schutte, your last point that you spoke about with conditions on the transfer, can you remind me, wasn't that done in conjunction with a conditional use, or did we actually have conditions upon transfer? I don't know what you're talking about.
Through the chair, as I recall, the conditions that were placed on the transfer were directly related to what the receiver, Mr. Burnett, could do with that license, as far as immediately shutting down the existing club, changing it over from a bar nightclub to a restaurant only, as well, and there were some other stipulations that I can't recall off the top of my head, but I do believe that those were tied directly to the transfer that went before you.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Yeah, Mr. Schutte, just out of curiosity, I see this coming in today. Did you guys have a board meeting reference this and when? And then also, this has been on our agenda since I think the last meeting or the meeting before, and we were...
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, yes, so the operator came to our board meeting in end of July, and did a presentation on his plans for the new nightclub. He was brought there by one of our board members, who's the executive director for what used to be Anchorage Char, but is now called Anchorage Hospitality Retailers, or something, I can't remember it, Sylvia. At that initial board meeting, Mr. Alexander gave a brief overview of his plans for the property. At the conclusion of that board meeting, however, our board was not very content with the presentation and had asked him to come back for a second presentation. He came back and did a second presentation to a smaller group of board members, but still board members, talking in greater detail about his plans for the restaurant side, et cetera. And at that point, they seemed more content and more convinced that he was on the right track. This was in August. In the time between that meeting and now, the rising chorus of neighborhood concerns, combined with the recent revelations about the other violations related to a license that he was co-owner of, have raised some serious doubts about his ability to operate a larger nightclub in downtown. And as such, the board very recently, actually over Thanksgiving break, decided to take this action, which is why you all received the letter from us as late in the process as you did.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. I see no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Tank Jones. First of all, I want to say about the downtown partnership. I wonder if sooner or later they'll be telling me where I can live and where I can't live. I don't think they should come in and tell a person where they can open a business at because they don't like them. I believe that they have someone else in mind. So if you're not my buddy or you're not my friend, I can stop you from moving downtown. I can go get this clown, I can go get a couple of other people, and I can parade them up here to make all these allegations, nothing proven. These are all allegations. You had your 3 minutes. Matter of fact, you had 4. All these allegations could be made, and somebody can lose their livelihood. Nothing's been proven. This man has done nothing wrong but serve the community. I don't work for him. I work for myself. So I'm doing this because I think there's some injustice about to occur. Because if the downtown partnership can regulate who can come downtown, because they don't meet their criteria, that's crap. That's crap, and it should not occur. I can bring in a bunch of allegations. I could throw stones. I could say, this is a small community. We all can say something about each other up in here. We can get started, but why do that? Before this man gets a chance, we gonna fail him? He don't get a grade. Before he get into school, we're going to give them an F because somebody or a bunch of people don't want you here. Look at what people are doing it and why they're doing it. He has litigation. He has a civil suit. He's looking for money. Downtown partnership, looking for their buddy Bob or Billy or Sue or whoever to move in that place. Believe me, they have somebody in mind. I bet you if Mr. Alexander move out there tomorrow, there'd be a U-Haul truck in there that evening with the downtown partnership's buddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I see no questions for you. Greetings, sir.
My name is Mark Kulstead. I live downtown at 618 High Street.
Mr. Cole, can you pull that mic a little closer to you, sir?
I'm a little confused about the agenda. I was the only person that showed, well, there were other people. I showed up yesterday at the Anchorage, the Alcohol Beverage Control Board. And to my understanding, they kind of punted to you guys. And so in front of you, I think maybe also the transfer of Platinum Jacks to Lamex. At least that was the way I understood it, and had their document, but I don't have to give it to you now. So I guess my presentation is around that license being transferred. So I'm going to apply it to whether or not you're going to transfer Lamex to Mr. Alexander, or if it's actually the Platinum Jacks when we're talking about. But I'd like to ask that under the statute that I read here, and that they were punting, that the Alaska, it would be under Alaska statute, I need to use my glasses here, Title 4, Article 4, Section 04, 11.370, that you actually ask the ABC Board to revoke that license rather than to actually transfer it. And I believe that it's within your powers to ask them, and I sent them an email trying to get that confirmed, and I included it in an email to your clerk this morning. I got an email back. She said yes, that was, but it was kind of vague but anyway. And the reason I ask you to do that is because of the number of shootings associated with Anchorage bars in early morning hours is legend in Alaska, and that I have a list of them from Kodiak Bar, 6 shots, 2014, Bernie's Bungalow, 1 shot, 2014, Platinum Jacks, 1 killing, 2013, Office Lounge, 3 shots, 2013, and I can go on. And with just the shootings alone, this would make any transfer under paragraph 2 of that statute contrary to the best interests of the public. We have enough bars, and to add another risk to the community, I think, I can't believe that the board would even consider a transfer under the, the stigmatism of Platinum Jack. So I'd ask that you would send it back to them and say revoke it. But if you are going to choose to transfer, not revoke it, limit the operations to 12 midnight, approve the transfer to Robert Alexander so that he becomes the responsible party and doesn't continue to operate under a management agreement that he will if it gets moved on.
Thank you, Mr. Kolstad. I see no questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
And folks, for those who are wondering what the resolutions we were speaking of earlier, the minutes clerk, who's going to wave to you right now, has extra copies if you'd like one. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Mary Kolstad, and I live directly across the street from Platinum Jacks.
Go ahead and pull that microphone down so we can hear you a little better. Thank you, Ms. Kolstad. Perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm Mary Elstad, and I live directly across the street from Platinum Jacks. Excuse me, I'm nervous. And obviously you have letters from me. I thought that Platinum Jack's license had disappeared with the shooting in our yard, and did not realize that it was even an ongoing issue since they closed their doors for almost a year. And then when we seen the Tri-Grill open, we thought it was a restaurant coming, and then found out that we have another bar actually looking to have the license transferred. We are in opposition to that, obviously, due to the history of the previous license and due to some of the history that is associated with the operator at Fusions. But we would ask, as my husband did, that you would consider a revocation of the Platinum Jacks license in general due to the history, due to the fact that there's a saturation of bars in the downtown area, and it's in the best interest of the community not to have any more party bars. If we were to have a business in that area, we would hope that you would find that it would be in the best interest that it would be a restaurant, similar to Lamex, similar to something that would bring a good family atmosphere, and not one that promotes alcohol. This bar promotes 3 bars That is not what's going to bring the majority of the income into that location. It is going to be alcohol-driven, which brings normally violence and some sort of emotional conflict at some point in time, which is the history that can be verified through the police department, through a number of calls, through murders and shootings and violence acts that have happened at all the bars in town of some sort. But it is not hopefully going to be a continuation on the corner of the downtown area again. If you do choose to continue carrying the license, we would hope that you would put severe restrictions on the activities of that license, specifically the hours. I know that there's a letter from the church and from neighboring properties regarding the activities that have been exposed to, and we'd hope that you'd read those and consider those and possibly postpone until you get more information if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Kolstad. I see no questions for you.
Thank you.
Greetings, ma'am. Welcome.
I didn't really come to speak, but I kind of felt compelled to talk. My name is Valerie Smith.
Thank you.
I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. And like many of you, I'm at that age where I'm not a spring chicken anymore, okay? But I do like to go to an establishment that I feel safe, comfortable. I like to dress, with me and my husband of 34 years and the federal government with 34 years and have not had any run-ins with the law. So where I go is important to me. And I have been in the establishment and I see that it is one that is very elegant, very tastefully done, and it's where I can feel comfortable going because it's a safe environment, and the people that I feel is of my age caliber will be entertained there too. I have a lot of people that come up. I know people that come up as tourists, and it's very reassuring to be able to take them to an establishment that is above the norm. And it's one of the best establishments, I think, in the downtown area. If any of you guys have ever looked inside, it's very well done. So I think that because you have one bad apple, I don't think it's fair to say that every establishment is going to be ran the same. There has been problems with probably every nightclub here in the Anchorage area, and I know that, when somebody takes it over with a different outlook, you can change everything. Lamex was a nice place, and I don't know of any establishment where you can go and have a nice drink, you can dress in the utmost attire and feel comfortable with going. And I've been there. There's security guards there. I have no problem with going through security issues, because I know at that time I'm safe also. It's just like going to the airport and you have to go through. Everybody has to be a good guy, okay? So I think that we have a lot of opposition of this being established, but it's nice food, and I think everyone here on the board would agree if they would just give it a chance. Go eat, and if you feel like having a glass of wine or a beer or watching a game there, you can do that. So I think they need to the community kind of needs to look at this issue again. I think runners, when it switched to Hot Rocks Cafe or whatever it is, Hot Rocks, or I'm not sure what it was, or Humpies and all the rest of them, there are places where people can go and entertain themselves, but this is something a little different. It's just an establishment where you can go sit down, have a nice meal, and you can have a drink if you want to. I'm not into getting intoxicated anywhere, so I just would like to see people look at this establishment a little different.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Cecily Stott. I'm here to express my concern with this liquor transfer and any license being in the possession of Robert Alexander. May I bring these to you, please? I just want to share really quickly that on March 9th, National Women's Day, I was at Fusions for a very brief moment. At that time, there was a small misunderstanding to where I was not intoxicated. It didn't even get past me paying. In result of that, I was This happened. And it's in there. And it happened by the security that was under the management of Robert Alexander. I met with him afterwards with a mediator, my father and myself. He took responsibility, said that he's very sorry, and he's very, very sorry for Tony Anderson, who owns a security company that works for him, and was willing to pay my medical bills, and seemed to be cooperative. After that, all of a sudden, there was no film footage after he said that he had viewed it. And, you know, my family owns a restaurant and a bar. We have a liquor license, and I really believe that it comes with responsibility. It comes with responsibility to maintain a safe environment and to control it. And I don't see that being done.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I see no questions for you at this time. Welcome, sir.
My name is James Allen. Most people know me by Dino, my nickname. I've been a businessman in the community for about 20 years and came up in the military. The first person I met was Robert Alexander. And as we have a chance to grow and establish and get out to the community, I managed the annual Juneteenth celebration for about 10 years there, 1993 to 2002, till the company moved me down to Valdez. But we've been here before. We worked on some things. We had some grant monies and things of that nature. So a lot of the good things in the community we do, entertainment, and it's been fun as a businessman. But the most fun part that I've had in Anchorage is working with Robert Alexander on different businesses and different opportunities from an entrepreneurial aspect. I would like to say that, you know, he's a pillar of the community, and I don't want to just say for my community, but for the entire community. People look up to Robert and the things that he's done as a businessman. He's been very generous. He's owned a lot of different things and provided a lot of job opportunities for a lot of people. So for him making a move downtown and playing in the big leagues, this is a major, major move for the community to watch him grow and to watch him prosper and to watch him do better. I want to give him that chance. I want to give him that one chance that everybody's up here opposing. And when you go into a business deal, there's a lot of things that you consider before going into it. You have your return on investment, how you expect to, you know, get your money together. You may have to borrow some money, pay back some money, but this is all based on estimates that you're going to be able to make from food sales, from entertainment, from special events, even liquor. So if he's going to have restraints to close at midnight or different things of that nature, I don't think that's fair from a business perspective. I think that he needs to earn and have a right to move forward in the business community. And I think it's well monitored. The ABC board is there. I think these other things that are coming up, criminal issues, civil issues, they have their own separate entities that will look out and resolve those issues for those particular things that have been raised tonight. But for Mr. Alexander to have the opportunity to open up a business downtown, as it was well described, the kind of business flair that he has and the way that the ambience is for the place, is going to have a nice high-class environment. We don't know that liquor after 3 o'clock and closing down things when people are standing outside, things have happened at all the establishments around town. We understand that. So we don't want to close them down or shut them down just yet. I want to make sure that he has the opportunity to stand up and be that light that people are looking for. So I encourage you to give this man a chance, to let him continue to be the pillar of the community that he is, and to be a great businessman that he is. If I want to leave you that thought, so there's a lot of other negative thoughts, but he's a great businessman. Give him a chance.
Thank you, sir. Good timing, too. Welcome, Mr. Alexander.
How'd you know my name?
Lucky guess.
I'd like to give the board some information regarding the first Isidore's testimony.
We'll distribute them for you.
So that I only have 3 minutes, but I will elaborate just a bit. What Isidore didn't tell you was the reason why this incident happened to him. And I could tell you that this isn't the first time he's been in this incident, and I believe it's the second time. Mr. Isidore, after the incident, the guy grabbed the guy's butt. The guy's bigger than me. He's about 6'5", at least 310 pounds. So this guy grabs his butt. He makes sexual advances at the guy after the place is closed. Now, Isidore is waiting for his ride, and the guard is waiting for his ride. So the guard warned him, the staff warned him to leave him alone. He continued on sexually advancing towards the guy. The guy attacked him, and I broke it up. I kicked the guy out. Isidore woke up, well, however you say it, he got up, I helped him up to his seat, and he continued on joking and laughing for about 40 minutes at least after the incident happened. Now, keep in mind, we were closed. Everybody's out of there. He's waiting for his ride, and he continues on. The guy attacks him, as I said. Isidore, he eats there. This is after the incident. He's eating, and he's going on and on, laughing, and everybody's laughing. So I left. The bar manager closed the place. So I get this text message from Easy this morning that he wants $20,000. He'll sign a gag order and never say a word again. So, he also states in there he came to Alaska to make money. So this whole thing with Isidore is about money. There's a copy of his email or his Facebook where he posted. The only thing I need to talk about with him is the amount of money that he's going to get, basically, is what that says. You have that copy there. The other lady that testified and showed her pictures real briefly, she boasted her way in, didn't want to pay, and the security guard told her she had to pay, and she got into it. The security guard, she did, I think, I'm not for sure, but I believe she got arrested and was supposed to go to court. I'm not sure how that whole thing worked out. But she is right. I was concerned, because I care. And when she told me that she's going to take this to, the lawsuit, then I stopped my communication with her and told her to talk with my attorney. Okay. I've been in business for 20 years here. I own the Bingo Soft on the south side of Anchorage, right along with a restaurant called Tri-Grill.
There's a bunch of questions for you, Mr. So,
I hope so.
Ms. Demboski, would you like to start, please?
Do you want to very quickly summarize your thought you were in the middle of before I ask my question?
Yes, the restaurant that has been on the south side of town is called Tri-Grill, and I'm trying to move that to the downtown area. And it's what we're doing is not a nightclub. I am not a nightclub. I am doing nothing different than Humpy's doing. We will be serving lunch and dinner. On the LED side, because there's two sides, there's one that's Tri-Grill. The LED side will open up at 4 o'clock and they'll close the bar hours, no later than any other bar downtown. Okay, so, but you look like you wanted to ask me something.
No, it's okay. I think I got the gist of what you were saying. So the first thing I want to ask you about is the incident with Mr. Baskerville. Is that correct? Jamal Baskerville? It seems like
Oh, yes.
that was the incident that
Yes.
the gentleman described.
Yes.
So I have in front of me, it looks like a state case number, right?
There is.
Of filing. Do you know what the disposition of this has been?
Well, right now, there was just questions and answers to the court at this point in time. I'm not sure if they're going forward. I haven't heard anything else in the last maybe 2 months, so I'm not sure where they are with it.
Okay, and to follow up, Jamal Baskerville, is he employed by you?
He is not employed by me. He's employed by NSA Security Company, the company that I hired to handle those cases, or to handle the security for me.
NSA Security Company has this gentleman you're under contract with them to do your security.
That is correct.
So by extension, really, he's working for you.
He is hired by me to make sure security goes well for us.
Okay, and let me just move on to Ms. Stout here. Sorry, I have a lot of papers in front of me. There we go. Okay, so Ms. Stout in hers, do you know who the gentleman was that she was alleging in her complaint?
It was was one of the security guards, and I believe he said Tony.
It looks to me his name is, I'm looking.
Tony Anderson.
Okay,
I
what is
believe.
it?
Tony Anderson.
Tony Anderson. And is he employed by NSA Security?
Yes, he's the owner of the company.
He's the owner of the company.
He is.
Wonderful. That's interesting. So, does he do work for you? As of today, does he also do work for you, I'm assuming, since he owns the company?
He will be doing work for us in the future, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Honeman?
Mr. Alexander, if you don't mind, if you can just expound a little bit on, I had a brief conversation with you, and you had several businesses, and for how long? You were starting to go down the road, and the buzzer interrupted.
Okay. Basically, again, I've owned one of the largest motorhome rental companies in Alaska for about 12 years, about 70 motorhomes, and the name of that company was Alexander's RV. I owned Alexander's Painting Company, who is probably one of the larger painting companies in the state, doing work from Juneau to Soldotna, and most of the larger box stores, such as Fred Meyer's. We've done quite a few Fred Meyer's projects, Safeway projects, and throughout the state. As I mentioned earlier, I own the Bingo Hall, and, the Bingo Hall had concerns, too, with the move of our location. And I proved the neighbors wrong. We do a fine job, and they welcome me now. And I plan to do nothing different than what I'm going to do when I'm allowed to open the business that I'm trying to bring downtown.
So a follow-up question to that. You're already open doing the Fry Grill, the restaurant part, or just catering?
I do have towards the end of the building, the Bingo South, that location, I do have a Tri-Grill restaurant that's been open for the last 3 years or so.
The old Lomex building, though, have you started doing anything there?
We have done different events, for parties. Just the past week, there was a concert in town, and the guys came and asked if I would, do an after party, host an after party for them. So we have been doing events. However, we are not open yet. We again had done different events, but once the restaurant and everything is into place, we just got some equipment there that needs to be tied in. Once that all gets done, then we're going to open and say that we're open.
Have you started investing money in that property for remodeling or remodeling, or?
Quite a bit of money in the six-figure numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Craney?
Sir, a question for you. Do you own Showboat and Big Timber Motel? Did you buy those two? Somebody told me you owned them.
Yes, we purchased that location.
Okay. And what's your relationship with Fusion?
Fusion.
Because you read the newspaper and you get half the story.
Yeah,
so are
and
you
that's
the
only half. And I think they're going
there or what?
Thanks. I think they're going to correct that. Fusion's the problem that they had is far before I got there. Their problem was a 10-year problem where they were leasing the license. And so I came in, I leased the restaurant part of things. There's a management agreement with another person of the Chose family that they let run that operation, who had been there well before I got in there for 5 years. So my main focus was to kind of help along with everything, but mainly take off with the Southern food. When I came in, I was able to get those guys on track with the ABC board. So instead of having look as if they were leasing the liquor license, which again was their problem, I went in, hired an attorney, Dan Coffey's office, to get those guys a management agreement that would work. Otherwise, the ABC board would have just shut them down, and they didn't. So their problem was not of my doing. But the paper and whatever it's wrong, it's nothing that I've done. I've only helped the situation. So I was not the licensee. I was not the leasee of the licensee. But I invested a bunch of money in the remodel of that building. So I wanted to be a part of what happened there. So I jumped on board with part of me being on part of the management agreement along with Mrs. Cho, who's been on there for the last 5 years. So the incidents that they're having has nothing to do with me.
That's what I wanted to know, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I was just confused. Last weekend before last, I was walking by Platinum's and I saw the open signs. Did you have those on because of the restaurant, or they were in all the front, or was it lighting?
We have, I saw that too. In fact, it's probably still open, and we haven't done anything since, for several days. So we are not open. We've opened on, again, as I mentioned, for events like on the weekends or Saturday, we'll do, a special event for the Latin community to come out and dance. But we are not open for business as a regular open daily. We have not done that. But that sign's been on, and somebody mentioned it to me also about it, but it should go up because we are not open.
Could I do a follow-up question?
Sure.
Yes, I understand that you have Latin dancing there, or it's the Latin club or whatever has had functions. Do you serve alcohol when you're having the Latin dancing or the club event?
Yes, I do.
And, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here this evening, Mr. Alexander, and to everybody else who's here testifying this evening. You own the Tri-Grill, the facility that's next to Mr. Fine Beef, right?
That is correct.
Is that going to close, and then you're going to open up Tri-Grill downtown?
No,
We're going to
it's
keep
not.
both places.
We're going to keep both places open.
Okay, and my next question is, do you own the bingo parlor next door to
I do
Tri-Grill?
own that company.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Honeman?
I tweaked my interest here. Are you serving alcohol as part of a business? Is it a catered event? Whose license are you using to serve alcohol?
We have a management agreement with Platinum Jacks to continue to do this until the actual liquor license is transferred.
I see.
For events that we do.
Okay. And then, I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Alexander, in reviewing the ABC Board investigation, there's a mention of an interview with you where you described yourself as managing the bar portion of Fusions. Is that an accurate reflection of your responsibilities there?
We are, once again, as I mentioned, when I first came, my role there is to cater to Southern foods. Sharon Cho is the actual manager who the management agreement has been in her name and with the Cho's for, again, 5 years. So my role was to come in and get the food going in that location to make business better. But as problems arrived, I again jumped in to fix those problems and to add myself to management so that we can control those problems.
So, for example, you hired the security.
I'm sorry, your question?
So, for example, you hired the security firm.
That is correct.
Were you involved in placing orders for alcohol?
Sir?
Were you involved in ordering the alcohol that was served at the bar?
No, Sharon Cho does the ordering of the alcohol.
Were you involved in the hiring decisions for bartenders?
I had a role in part of the interviewing for that sort of thing. That is correct.
Okay.
Because the same person that's serving alcohol is also the same person that's serving food.
Sure.
So I need to say so in it.
I'm not trying to play gotcha. I just want to have an understanding of your result.
You got it.
Your role. Okay. All right. I see no further questions this time, but stay close. There may be a few more as we work through this, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Trina Johnson. I'm the building owner of the building in question here. The reason I'm here tonight is because I have an interest in protecting my building that lawfully is licensed to sell alcohol. And if you take that away from me, my value of my building is worth almost nothing. I'm downtown, like many other bars, many other restaurants. I operated a Lamex restaurant down there with my parents for a total of 35 years, by myself for 15, because it's just getting harder and harder and harder to operate a restaurant, small business. When I went to lease this building, several chains contacted my real estate agent, but because I have a 13,000 square foot building, nobody was interested in it. So after when I talked to Robert in depth about what he wanted to do, as a responsible landlord, I agreed. I thought he would be a good fit down there. I didn't see another Platinum Jacks. I didn't see another Rum Runners. I didn't see another Anchor Bar. I saw a restaurant with a lounge that was more upscale than your average nightclub. We put windows in on the east side of the building. Like the one woman said, I think you should go in there. He has spent a lot of money making this restaurant look very, very nice and upscale. Because we are downtown, unfortunately, this didn't used to be, but we have shootings. We have crime. It's downtown. Bernie's has had shootings. Soraya has had shootings. There was a shooting at Captain Cook 1 month ago, and there was a shooting in front of my building. Sometimes there's absolutely nothing that we can do, no matter what we do, to prevent these things from happening. I believe that there are other ulterior motives in some of the protests that were going on tonight, but the bottom line is I would appreciate your voting to pass this.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I see no questions at this time. Oh, yes, Mr. Starr has one. Sorry.
Ms. Johnson, as you get to know how this process works a little bit more, there's another document that's not in front of us for consideration called what they know as the conditional use permit. And the conditional use permit is address specific, meaning the terms and conditions of the operation of the licensee are conditional to that document of approval. Have you ever seen that document? Do you know what we're talking about?
No, absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Are you... Forget it.
No, it's okay. I don't know if this is the forum to educate you on how that works, but there is another document that's very specific to your building that's probably equally as valuable in terms of its operating authorities inside of that, much less the address that would go along with the liquor transfer certainly has some value to it in the address, but it's not uncommon for us to deal with address-specific use conditions, and I just wanted to know if you'd ever seen one.
No, but, you know, we've operated in that building 35 years without one notice of violation. I've operated 4 restaurants, 2 nightclubs, in just me, by myself, with not one single notice of violation in 2 states. And all of a sudden, an operator comes along that has some problems, and all of a sudden, I'm paying $36,000 a year in property taxes on that building. It's a $4 million building. You take away my right to that, my rights as a business owner are taken away. I would hate to see what's next.
Well, the transfer paperwork also speaks that the action item in front of us is the transfer of the liquor license, and it's typically supported with the identities of those that are transferring, and you're clearly represented as Mr. Alexander is, but there's also sort of a historical perspective of arrests and things like that, and there aren't any here as it relates to the Platinum Jacks transfer to your company or the Platinum Jacks. Have you been aware of any of those through serves notice or court actions upon you as the building owner?
No.
Have you been sued personally?
Never.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Honeman?
Yes, ma'am. Is it your intent, and I'm not sure if is this just a lease? Are you going to maintain ownership of the building?
I still maintain ownership of the building, but it is a lease.
Okay, so are you going to be, for lack of better terms, an absentee landlord, or are you going to still be around
I
where you
live in Alaska. I still operate one restaurant that I have left
So you'll be aware if there's anything that starts going south?
Yes.
And are you willing to make sure you take those steps to try to correct it with a tenant?
You know, I did that when I was aware of it with Platinum Jacks. Platinum Jacks had one notice of violation in their whole entire 8 years at the ABC board. So no matter how many times the police were called, no matter, you know, I don't know that, because if it's not a violation of an ABC board rule, it's not in their file. When I did find out about anything, I called one of the women across the street. She's on your protest list, and because of the noise. And I called Platinum Jacks. I went down there. I met with them. I met with them on probably 6 to 10 occasions that were not major. The last one, of course, was a shooting, which was major, but I did call them right afterwards. But then again, it wasn't a notice of violation, but I did call and try to find out what happened, and so.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, Ms. Johnson. Thank you very much for coming down tonight.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. There's plenty of seats up front if anyone else wants to come talk to us about this.
I could testify?
By all means, please.
Okay. My name is Joe Long, and unlike the other blacks who came down to testify for Mr. Alexander, I'm here to testify against Mr. Alexander. You know, as most of the members of the community, you know, the business is downtown. And there's no black business in downtown Anchorage, in the core of downtown Anchorage, you know. And the system works to make sure that we have no black businesses downtown Anchorage. Whether it's the assembly, the cops, fire department, or whatever, you know. If you guys know a black business downtown Anchorage? Anyone on the assembly know of any one business that's in the core of downtown Anchorage? What is it?
Folks, this is Mr. Law's time to testify. Let him do your thing. Mr. Law, please continue. And can you pull the microphone a little closer to your mouth, sir?
You know, one of the things that we have going on in this country now is the divide between black and white. You know, we got it right here in Anchorage. You know, the only reason you guys denying Mr. Alexander the license is because you do not want black people downtown in Anchorage. That's why you deny the license, if you deny the license. Because that fear of the black male that we see in Ferguson, of course we're not shooting blacks, you know, we use other means. We shoot everybody in Anchorage. The cops don't discriminate, you know, of all the shootings we had. You know, there's been no discrimination. We shoot everybody. Except for the business community, you know. I had a business 30 years ago in Anchorage, downtown Fifth Avenue. And I got bigotry from every damn side of the fence. And it was a farming business. And at one time, the baker is in the building now. Elaine Baker's in the building. 5th and C Street. And you had someone walking down the street that I stopped and asked him, you know, would you like to take a look at something? Well, no, he was too damn busy. You know, I was right outside the building, you know. There's someone with Dick training. You recall that, Dick?
Recall what, sir? I couldn't hear you. In the microphone, please.
Okay. I've been in business 30 years. I had a business frame shop in Atlanta Creative Arts, 5th and C Street. It used to be a bank, and then they had some old cars in there, you know. And you was walking down the street, and I asked you, do you mind taking a look at something? You know, and it's right inside the building, you know. Written up there, graffiti, you know, make you get out of town.
Mr. Law, Mr. Honeman has a question for you, sir.
It's not so much a question, Mr. Chairman. I'm
you know.
Sir, right here. I don't so much have the question as I have the statement. And my comment to you is that we haven't made a decision one way or the other on these license transfers yet. We're taking testimony from the public. And as you understand, testimony of the public came forward.
You guys found two people.
No.
You know, this incident of down in front of the sports center, you know, where you arrest the two people, Umi and Karen. You know,
I just simply saying that we're listening to the public's testimony as you allowed your 3 minutes as well, and we have not made a decision yet.
So the light's not on here.
Thank you.
So it's 3 minutes up?
Yes, sir, they are.
Heard the beep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Law. Appreciate you coming down this evening.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Covey Stewart. He takes properties and fixes them. He generates money for the city. He generates jobs for the city. He's very good at handling the paperwork and making things work, and he's also very good at handling people. He's one of the best. He stops a lot of situations that are going to get ugly, and when things get ugly, he shuts them down very quickly. He's been doing this for years. So he didn't just start the problem that downtown's having with the bars and everything else. His intent has always been to have a very high-end, classy place. That doesn't mean, well, it does mean that he's going to do everything in his possible to stop that. The place that he had at Fusions on 7th catered to an older crowd, and the community loved it. It was packed on Thursday nights. You don't get those people out if they don't figure that they're safe. We had a lady here that already talked about that. She's one of them. He's trying to do the same thing downtown. If he can get some help and if he can get some time. He spent money and everything to make this happen. As I said before, he's one of the best at communicating, shutting down bad situations, cleaning up messes that other people have done. Some of the stuff you've talked about already is about mistakes that other people have made that he's trying to fix up. The transfer, the duplications, and all this other stuff. He's here. He's been here in this city cleaning up these mess for 20, maybe probably 30 years.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I see no questions for you.
No questions?
Correct.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Sue Rickman. I'm a longtime downtown homeowner. Unfortunately, it's on the same street as the Ultra Lounge. Mr. Alexander has been operating in the Platinum Jacks location since August. I emailed Patrick Flynn back in August about the noise and asking what was going on. They've opened at 11 p.m., they close at 3 a.m., kind of seems like a nightclub to me. There's already been drug dealers, big fights, broken window, loud noise, many alcohol containers around my property and in the parking lot, screaming girls, and at least one police call where a girl was getting loaded into the police car. All of this while operating on the down low. So promises of a safe environment have already been broken. And based on my experience and what I've witnessed, I have no doubts that this area will once again blow up once the liquor license is transferred. There's no way to mandate safety restrictions because the bar does not own a parking lot for their customers. And Platinum Jacks was upscale too. Mr. Alexander chooses to park illegally on posted private property, as do his employees and customers. This shows me a lack of his respect for the neighbors and their property. Actions speak louder than words. Mr. Alexander owned or managed Fusions, so I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about both a restaurant and a bar license being issued. Does this mean he can operate after bar hours? So it's 3 a.m., now poof, we're a restaurant. And again, this was tried by Platinum Jacks. It brought more violence, gunfire, fighting, and cars speeding into our neighborhood from the other bars. And again, people live in this neighborhood. We've lived there a long time. This area is also in full view from the Captain Cook and the Marriott hotels, and they can hear the noise as well. How about being proactive for a change? It's been proven for over 8 years of Platinum Jacks being there, that residents and property owners cannot be kept safe with a nightclub operating at 6th and I. I mean, you would have done something by now, if you could. There are already too many bars and nightclubs downtown. There are not enough police. And what about the rights of homeowners? I'm tired of all the crime brought to my neighborhood because of a nightclub. I've already given up my 4th Avenue business. I want to be able to keep my home. I like to be able to sleep in my home and be safe, just like you. I believe that every neighboring property has objected to this license transfer.
Thank you. Ms. Rickman, Ms. Domboski has a question for you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. How close are you in relation to this location?
2 doors down.
2 doors down. And you've said it seems since they've been in there in August, it appears to you that it's a nightclub. Would you say this is a nightly event, weekend event, sporadic, maybe when they just have events, 3 or 4 times?
Oh, sorry.
So I'm just trying to get a sense of how often you're getting this feeling.
Well, when they first opened in August...
Ms. Rickman, could you kindly talk into the microphone? Sorry.
When they first opened in August, the noise was from Thursday through Sunday. And there was loud noise coming from the bar, the heavier traffic being on the weekends, always a mess in the parking lot on the weekends, a lot of traffic, the partying outside. That went on for maybe a month with that Thursday through Sunday. Then it was Friday and Saturday nights, occasionally Sundays, went sporadically a little bit, but always on the weekends.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Honeman also has a question for you.
Yes, ma'am. By chance, to those specific issues or incidents, have you spoken to management, either Mr. Alexander or anyone, the business owner of the building?
I did leave a note on his vehicle and a few others about parking on the private lot because, again, see, if I was asleep in my home, I wouldn't know what was going on. So they'd be wise to not be parking outside my window. But no, I don't confront them because I had such a horrible experience with Platinum Jacks. I went toe-to-toe with them, and they were white, and it was a horrible experience. So I will no longer confront.
But how about the business owner, the actual building owner was here earlier from LawMex?
Trina Johnson.
Yes. Have you talked with her at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rickman. I see no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sterling Taylor, and I've lived here in Anchorage for 47 years. And I know a couple of you that are sitting up there as assembly members. We've worked on various boards together. I have a huge investment in this community. I've been a founding member of many organizations that make Anchorage a wonderful place to live. As a matter of fact, at one time I sat where you are sitting now. I used to be chairman of the Municipal Transportation Board, so I know how it feels to sit up there and you have a crowd in front of you that may not always agree with your decisions. But anyway, this evening I'm here to support Mr. Alexander. I met him about a year ago, and it was surprising to me that so many people in this town knew Mr. Alexander, and I, being in Anchorage all these years and knowing an awful lot of people, and I didn't know him. I found out about Fusion's restaurant, and I went there, and I was really impressed with the layout. And what impressed me about Mr. Alexander was that there was an attention that I suggested to him that he make in regards to the place, and I said, people would be more comfortable if he took care of this little matter. And I don't want to say what the matter was, but he took care of it immediately, and that really impressed me. I've been down to LED, and as the lady had testified earlier this evening, it's a fabulous, fabulous place. One of you asked how much money he's invested into that business, and when you walk in there, you can see that he has invested a huge amount of money into making that place a very desirable place to go, a very desirable business to patronize. And I, too, like bringing my friends there, and I feel very comfortable. I sat here this evening and heard some things that I'd never heard that could happen in his businesses, because every time I've gone to either Fusions or LED, the crowd was wonderful. People were well behaved. No one was drunk. It was just a very comfortable place to share cocktails with friends, get a bite to eat. And if you wanted to come there in your jeans, you could do that. If you wanted to come there with a tuxedo, you could do that too. Typical Alaska establishment. But I guess it all boils down to your consideration of the operator. And again, from what I've learned about Mr. Alexander, my speaking to him, I think he's a man of fine character, and I think he deserves the right to operate his business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Hall has a question for you.
Yes.
Sterling, it's good to see you. When we started out in this, our hair was much different than it is today, but I just want you to know how much it's appreciated that you come down. It's good to hear from the community, and it's appreciated. Thank you.
Well, that's I really appreciate that. You're one of the people that I know. I don't want to point out anybody because I don't know whether it's an embarrassment to know me or not, but thank you, Mr. Hall. We worked on that.
It would never be an embarrassment to know you.
Yeah,
Sterling, you have a sterling reputation.
All right. Thank you, and I hope the Assembly takes that into consideration when they consider this licensing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Welcome back, Mr. Powers.
Thank you. Been a while. Billy Ray Powers. I worked at La Mex back when I was going to college, starving. Ray Johnson, that family is a very stand-up family. Trina was about this big in those days. They worked really hard, many, many hours. They built their business. And to see one incident take that family down, or a big portion of that family down, on a government-established liquor license monopoly, I'm not for it. If there wasn't the government-established liquor license monopoly, we probably wouldn't have a problem here. If it was still the free enterprise system, but like taxi cab permits, it's a government-established monopoly. The Johnsons shouldn't be affected by one incident, one lawsuit. Please don't take that liquor license from these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Sonia Harris, and I, too, used to work at Lamex many, many years ago. Trina knows my mother. My mother used to actually manage for Trina. I am a lifelong friend of EC, and I actually was in the DA's office last week when we viewed the video. It was very graphic. We watched it from beginning to end. There was no, EC did not touch the gentleman in question. I watched the entire video. It was very graphic, and it was very unnecessary. EC did not touch that man. And so with that being said, I have lots of respect for Trina. I just feel that she made a bad decision in leasing that building to somebody who then hired somebody that made a bad decision. And I feel like he is a successful businessman, and so a lot of people respect him, and they're going to listen to him, and they're trying to defame my friend. And I just think that that is unfair. That is unfair, and people should really think hard about giving this permit and this liquor license.
Thank you very much.
That's what I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us about this matter?
I'm sorry. Also, I just moved here 6 months ago. I've been in Vegas for 20 years. I have been tagged 15 flyers inviting me out to this club. And so he's saying that he has not been operating. That's untrue. I've got 15 flyers here in my phone inviting me out to this club in question.
Thank you, ma'am. Now it's your turn. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, the pleasure's mine. My name's Ed Larrabee. I've been sitting there listening to this. First of all, let me spank you. Why didn't you all see this coming? I'm sure there's more occasions where bouncers, security, I mean, you know, they were involved. I've seen this on TV. Why didn't you all first make sure the security is trained, then licensed, and then bonded? And now that we have technology, a little mini camera. It's cheap, and they can record what's going on. This way, I mean, because I rarely go into a bar. I'm just not the bar type. I rarely go into a bar. But now, after hearing this, I'm saying, my God, do I ever want to go into a bar? Hey, what if I'm sitting there drinking a beer and I get mugged by somebody that works there? I mean, I'm not saying this happened, but I'm saying that what if? Okay, another thing is, if a bar is violating regular laws, probation, if they have a past history, probation, give them probation for about 2 to 3 years. They got 2 chances. They break those 2 chances, they're back here seeing you all to renew their license. How simple is that? But why didn't you all see this coming? You know, what the heck? Any questions?
I don't see any, Mr. Larrabee. Thank you, Mr. Larrabee. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Of course, I'll be back.
I expect so. Anybody else? Good evening, Mr. Fink.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Matt Fink, and I represent Trina Johnson. And we put that property out to a lot of people for lease, and Mr. Robert Alexander showed up and showed us a plan and told us about his other businesses in town and how successful he's been. And he's been in the Elks Club for a long time and involved in a bunch of different groups, civic groups. I think we've heard a lot of hearsay over here, and I hope that doesn't muddy up the waters. If you look at Platinum Jacks, I talked to the ABC board before I came here tonight, there's no formal written complaint against Platinum Jacks, and the last time I looked, it's not illegal to sell alcohol. So there's going to always be problems with liquor, and hopefully, you know, everyone can come together and figure out how to make it better for everyone. But I think what you guys are here tonight for is to approve this transfer, you know, up or down. It should be approved, and I just don't think you've heard enough reasons to not approve this transfer. So there's 2 transfers, just to be clear, and I think you know this, is that Platinum Jacks has transferred the license, or according to the ABC board, both transfers were approved yesterday from Platinum Jacks to Trina Johnson, and then from Trina Johnson to Robert Alexander. And I think you guys elected to take it all under one vote. Is that correct?
We're doing the public hearing under one vote, but we'll have to vote on the items separately.
Say that again, please.
We're doing the public hearing as one, but we have to vote on each item.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I guess all I can say is I think that whatever the perceived what everyone perceives about Platinum Jacks and/or the problems with Platinum Jacks and/or the problems with downtown, I don't think it's necessarily fair to place those on Robert Alexander before you even give him a chance. And the state of Alaska has mechanisms in place to regulate that. And so, with an approval of the transfer and Robert operating, and if he operates in a good nature and he stays within the law, we're not going to have any problems. If he crosses the line, then there are laws, and they're going to come down on him, and the ABC board's going to come down on him, and you're going to come down on him. But I think preemptive do this before you even let him, get in there it's just not fair. So, that's my position. I don't think I've ever seen a license turned down, to be honest, for any reasons that I've heard tonight. So, I think that's it. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Fink, Ms. Gray Jackson has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fink, for testifying this evening. You mentioned that Mr. Alexander showed you a plan.
Well, he
was that a business plan?
No, what he told us basically is he's the owner of the Tri-Grill, and that this is going to be a second location. And so we went through there and we looked at all the tenant improvements in there. And I don't know if any of you guys have been inside the building, but I think you all should come in and look inside the building. And that he's going to open his second restaurant, and he's also going to open a lounge. And so he said, right now, Matt, there's nowhere in town that people can safely go to dance. Where do you go to dance today in Anchorage, Alaska? And I said, I don't know. And he goes, well, I'm going to have a safe place for people to dance downtown. And so if you think about it, and I don't go out anymore. I don't know about you guys, but if you think about it, dressing nice and going to a dance club, what comes to mind? Exactly.
You answered my question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. I see no further questions. Appreciate you coming down.
Okay.
Anybody else wish to speak to us on this matter? Welcome, ma'am.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Carol Taylor. I've never been in Fusions or LED, but if you're bold enough to hire security, you should have that security on lock where they're not putting their hands on anybody. You can't feel safe at the most magnificent restaurant, and then you get beat up by security guards. It's just, you can't have two in one. So, I just think if you don't have your security the way that security is supposed to be, you shouldn't have a place that serves alcohol. That makes everything that much worse.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else wish to speak to us on this matter? Seeing, hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. Mr. Traney?
What's wish of the body?
Well, before we proceed, may I...
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, sir. First off, I would like Ms. Tucker to walk us through this. Mr. Fink was correct. We have two different sets of transfers in front of us tonight. Items 14H through J transfer the license from Platinum Jacks back to Lamex, if I understand correctly. Is that correct, Ms.
Tucker?
Yes, that's correct.
And then K through M would transfer it from Lamex, Ms. Johnson, back to Mr. Alexander, LED/Ultra or Tri-Grill?
It would transfer it, I don't know about the back to, but it would transfer to at least.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Flynn.
And then...
Motion on something, sir.
Well, I know. I just want to make sure we all understand what we're working on before we start making motions. And then these three resolutions affect K, L, and M, and they would conditionally protest the transfer pending another public hearing, or it cannot occur until at least 21 days after we've given notice to Mr. Alexander. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That, Mr.
Flynn.
That's all I have, Mr. Cheney.
You want to move something forward, sir?
I will move item 14H. Oh, Mr. Starr's already moved it, so I'll second.
Okay.
Move approval of item 14H.
Mr. Starr, sir, on the approval?
Yeah, I'll be saying the similar comments all the way up through until we get to the transfer of the other portion of the public hearing. And I think it's important for us to recognize the process, and it's hard. It was hard for me when I first got up here to grab a hold of just what the mechanisms are sort of under the law. and they're scattered throughout inside our packets. They've been supported, some of it by our municipality. There are ABC procedural rules that come into play. There's also the concept of a conditional use permit by address. And it isn't intended to be a lecture, but I think we need to get very narrow back to what's in front of us tonight. And the idea that we're going to judge Platinum Jack's behavior in and amongst the conversation of that. I don't want to talk about Mr. Alexander's ability to manage a liquor permit, but there sort of gets down to that character of the person that's taking on the transfer. In my mind, that's what you measure. Can this person adopt this type of business and hold a license to sell alcohol, and can they do it responsibly? We, as an assembly, partner that up with the conditional use. Some of the things that the folks are talking about with security measures and cameras and hours and all the other stuff isn't on this side of the fence tonight. What's in front of us is the transfer permit of the ability to do that. ABC is the primary agency, quite frankly, that does the enforcement of those. Ms. Johnson learned a lot, I think, and helped us learn a lot through VFW's discussion points. There's also safety mechanisms inside the charter that have to be recognized as well. When you have a bad operator, we treat them all fairly, even though they're all perhaps in that same category as a troubled operator. That's something entirely different that occurs later. So I think the idea that what bristled me early on was this whole idea, too, that there's a third set of options Mr. Flynn laid on the table tonight, which further wants to punt down the road for more public hearing. Whether the public likes it or not, I think the question in front of us is are these viable to transfer back to Lamex first? That's the question that's in front of us. And I see nothing wrong with that. Miss Trina Johnson has a lot invested in that building, a lot in the conditional use, and the liquor permits, we've seen them go for sale for a lot of money. So the idea that first we need to get that done, that has to happen. We have to make her whole for that. I'm going to come back and talk to the support of the transfer to Mr. Alexander, partly because we're doing the same thing here. We're measuring now, does Ms. Johnston have the character to manage that? She owns the building, she's got the conditional use, and she's got the permits in her hand if we give them to her. I think so.
Thank you, sir. I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote on item 14H. Mr. Honeman? Oh, he stepped out. I apologize. Okay. So by a vote of 10 yeas and 0 nays, that motion carries. That brings us to item 14I. May I please have a motion?
So moved. 14I.
Second. Someone please press a button.
I'd like to see the board.
Click Paul's button.
Push Paul's
button. Mr. Evans, would you press second on that for me, please?
I don't have a screen for it.
Well, you don't. Press your on the floor button, sir. Okay, got it. There we go. Okay, does anyone wish to speak to item 14I? Seeing, hearing no one, please proceed to vote. Mr. Starr? Thank you, sir, and that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14J. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing no one, please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. This brings us to item 14K. Mr. Traney?
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, sir.
The motion as soon as the screen allows us to do it.
I move 14K, the Assembly Memorandum for number 666-2014.
Second.
In speaking to this is back to the measure of the character of Mr. Alexander and his ability to manage a liquor permit, liquor license, should we give it to him. The thing that's missing, and it's frustrating for me that it is missing, is what the building allows him to do, the operating rights for the conditional use. And that's an element that's not here. And there was this summer, Mr. Wheeler, I don't want to take all night here, but there's a gray area in this thing because you have conditional uses that go back historically for a long time. And I have a feeling that this is what's going to happen as we dig into this deeper for what the conditional uses allow for that. Inside the conditional uses should be, much like we just did 14G, guys. 14G was a liquor conditional use. It talked about hours of operation. Can't put advertising in the windows. If you sell to a minor, your employee's fired. All of those are conditions of use address specific. That's where we address, does this put us over the edge for one more liquor vendor downtown? Are the systems of control for security appropriate? That's where we address all that. If you're going to measure Mr. Alexander's character, then we better do that with every person that comes in here for a liquor permit. I don't see anything. I've seen letters repeatedly put into our system, the same letter 5 times from the neighbors. I get that you're upset with some of that, but none of it speaks to the character of Mr. Alexander being unable to take the permit and do business. It comes later. There's enforcement actions, administrative hearings. There's a whole host of other things in code and in by law that when an operator's in trouble, you protest to the ABC board, you go after the conditional use permit, and you start the administrative hearings, and you crack down and take it all away. We've got to let it start. And then take it away if it miscues. So I urge support as written. I don't appreciate Mr. Flynn's asking for a conditional protest to ABC, which is where he was headed. And that's more nonsense to a businessman that's invested a significant amount of time and money in the project. And we've already said that it's not going to work. That's not what needs to be done. I urge approval of these next 3.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Tucker, would you kindly, since, except for the eternal one, none of us were here when Platinum Jacks was permitted, could you walk a little bit through that process and how the Assembly executed that conditional use and the transfer of the license to Platinum Jacks?
Yes, through the chair, when Platinum Jacks came before the Assembly in 2006, it was actually the 2 duplicate licenses that you have here, which I think are licenses 4551 and 4552. And it was explained to the Assembly with the help of Mr. Coffey, who was sitting on the Assembly but familiar with these sorts of processes, that the duplicate licenses would and could involve amendments to the conditional use permit. And so the Assembly, as has been seen tonight, was invited to come over to the Platinum Jacks establishment, and the Assembly, through its public safety committee and sitting as a whole, held work sessions where the operators of Platinum Jack presented menus and hours of operation and a description of the club as in line more with a supper club that offered some additional items. And so that description went in front. The neighbors were all contacted. They came in. Everybody ended up actually supporting Platinum Jacks. But there was a public safety committee work session process and review of the conditional use permit before the Assembly took final action.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Mr. Dombrowski?
I wasn't quite done.
I was going to come back to you. Go ahead, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, sir.
I'll get down to you in a minute, Amy.
Thank you, sir. This is a challenging issue, and Mr. Starr is correct. It's the ABC board that ultimately governs liquor licenses. The challenge that we as a body face, I believe, is that they are not really managing them. And I'll cite their actions yesterday, where they knew there were community concerns and they approved these transfers pending Assembly action. They punted it back to us, just like they always do. I mean, well, I shouldn't say always, in recent memory. And so, unfortunately, it becomes our duty, our burden, to figure this out. And I'm frustrated too. I don't want to be placed in this particular conundrum, But if we're going to approve these, I think it's incumbent upon us to do significant due diligence, particularly in light of the downtown business community, not just one organization or one company, but many coming to us and saying they have serious concerns. So, with that, I'm going to move to substitute the AR 2014, yet unnumbered, labeled 14K, for the AM Mr. Starr moved, so that we can take the time before we approve this transfer to make sure we've got it right.
Moved by Mr. Flynn, seconded by Mr. Dombrowski.
I'm done, sir. Thank you.
You got it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Mew, I see you standing in the wings. I would like to know from APD's perspective if you recall incidents at Fusion, or if you have calls there frequently, not frequently.
Go on, Chief.
Are you familiar with this situation? And by situation, I mean establishment.
I didn't ask Fusion, but this is for the Platinum Jacks.
Ms. Demboski, through the chair. It's been a very interesting discussion, and there are many people on both sides that testified tonight who I know and have respect for. This isn't an issue that I know a lot about until tonight. Mr. Hahnemann did ask me just moments ago to check on some numbers. I called dispatch. I have some very preliminary numbers. I think this might give you a sense, but I think all parties deserve a good close analysis that I can actually dig into every one of these numbers and verify whether or not it's associated with the establishment and make sure we don't have any errors. But Assemblyman Hahnemann asked me to look at the calls for service since August. That must be a trigger date when the place changed hands. I'm not sure the significance of August.
But Mr. Chairman, if I might, without interrupting too much, Chief, this is for the Platinum Jacks location that's being now managed, not Fusion. So just to...
Right. So I looked at, called dispatch, had them check the calls for service from August till today, and then I went an equivalent time period into the past. So between April and end of July, there were 3 calls for service associated with the Platinum Jacks address. Since then, there have been 17 calls for service attached to that address. They range security check, follow-up, disturbance, drunk transport, locate for reckless vehicle, disorderly conduct, disturbance with a weapon, an assault, somebody hailed on a cop, we can't tell what for right now, misconduct involving a weapon, that was a male with a handgun, disturbance, and another disturbance. So those were in the vicinity. I can't say that they came from that establishment. Sometimes the officers will go, well, I'm 1070 in front of Platinum Jacks, and they're just making a traffic stop, So really we need to dig into these numbers before we can tell anything definitive about them, but at first blush, that's the first run at it.
Chief Mew, with the proposed delay, it looks like it would be of 21 days. Is that
We would have to delay at least 21 days so that we could present something to Mr. Alexander to which he could respond. So the first time we could take it up is our first meeting in January, which would be the 13th.
Okay, Chief Mew, could you, by that time, our first meeting in January, could you give us more definitive numbers on the Platinum Jacks location? And I would also ask you to investigate the location associated with the Fusion.
We can do these things. We have a new mapping and crime analysis tool that will let us do this in a much more instructive way, and I think I can produce whatever the numbers say. I think I can produce it in a methodology that we can defend.
Sure.
It's maybe better than what I just did.
My second question, and you may not be familiar, but this is the first I'm learning of this organization, but are you familiar with NSA Security? The bodyguard or the security detail that is contracted to work for Mr. Alexander?
I'm acquainted with the owner of that firm.
You're acquainted.
As I say, I know many people on both sides of this.
You're acquainted. Does that, I don't know if that's positive or negative or neutral.
He is a member of the Minority Task Force. I do a lot of work with him there. He is active, I think, in the NAACP. I've known him for 4 or 5 years, not in his capacity as a security person. We just issued him an apartment ID card yesterday, as a matter of fact, because that's something we give all the people on the task force.
Are you familiar with NSA security? I'm not sure if I'm using their proper name, but are you familiar with them in a negative connotation at all, like calls, issues that you've heard of?
I have not heard anything about the work of that company until tonight.
Okay, well, that would be something I'd ask you please entertain, see if you can ask around if any of your officers are familiar. That'd be something I'd be curious to follow up on. Okay, and with that, Mr. Flynn, I am going to support your motion to delay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Perhaps I could confer with you tomorrow and refine the parameters for this data search. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, Chief, since Ms. Dombowski's request, it seems fair if we're going to analyze this location as to determine whether or not it has an excessive amount of incidents. I'd also like to see what the incidents are in other downtown bars, so I know to compare it to not just this one location. It won't tell us if this is an excessive amount. So if you can get me the same report for other downtown bars, that would be helpful.
I can do that. Do you want me to select the bars, or do you want to do that?
Give us at least a good random selection from downtown. We'll trust you to be fair in that.
Okay.
Mr. Honeman?
Well, first I wanted to make the point that as these are introduced, my name shows as one of the co-sponsors as chair of the Public Safety Committee. So, secondly, we have had license actions or transfers come before the Public Safety Committee, and I believe that's an appropriate place to have a full vetting and hearing on the issues and let the testimony, much like tonight, play itself out. And particularly, we're looking for some more information in detail. I don't have a problem with that. What I will say in general, though, having listened to what I've heard tonight, I'm not sure how much more we'd be able to gain, perhaps maybe a bit longer time period dedicated for this particular issue before the Public Safety Committee. I do know that there's several members of this body that actually attend, and I would encourage that if we're moving that direction, that I'd encourage each and every one of you to try to commit to being there, because it'd be very important as we make a decision going forward, to hear that data, that specific information. So I make that invite to you, if that's how we go. But I will say, and I heard quite a bit of testimony, you might have heard me say this before, and I'll say it again when it's appropriate for the next venue, and that is, I'm not interested in any irresponsible operator anywhere in town. So it's not district specific, although this is Mr. Flynn's district, and we typically will err to as a body, we give deference to the persons representing district to give us. I asked it earlier tonight on a liquor store application transfer, and I asked some specific questions and played deference to their information and insight, and I think that's important. But as chair of the Public Safety Committee, as a member in public safety, and someone who really wants a safe community, I think it's incumbent upon all of us to take serious what we hear. And I'm just not interested in an irresponsible operator. I told this to Mr. Alexander to his face, and I've told it to every other operator that's come before me in talking about their operation. The other is that Mr. Alexander should know by now just how concerned the neighborhood and the community is about perhaps irresponsible operations of an alcohol establishment. And I know that he's given some information to all of us about how he's managed businesses and been very successful, even in spite of, like, for instance, I believe he talked about the South Bingo South, and how the neighbors were concerned, and he was able to come back and assuage their fears, and been operating over a decade there successfully. So I have no doubt that he can manage. My concern is that this is going into a whole new venue, and it's really a tricky issue. And then the other thing is the witnesses are correct, and there have been many instances of bad conduct at alcohol establishments, and some by alcohol operators or their employees or their contractors. And they've not only impacted the community, but also their immediate neighbors and peripheral businesses and houses, like as was testified to tonight, but the entire community And you just think back, I think the owner of the business itself, the building, testified to, even the Captain Cook was not immune. A month ago, there was a shooting based on a gathering that was going on in their hotel. And nobody wants to have those incidents happen, and I think everybody has done their best, or would do their best if they were given an opportunity. But in some cases, we're going to need to put some conditions and restrictions in and make requirements, and I think that's our responsibility, folks. So if we're not going to do it tonight, and if this is not the time, then let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I have two questions of council. One is, how do we reopen conditional use permits? How do we start that process again?
Assemblymember Johnson, through the chair. There's different avenues, but basically, when there is a conditional use permit, the conditional use permit runs with the land, but the Assembly has a provision under Title 21 where it looks at the operational footprint, my terminology, of one operation to another, because a conditional use permit, for instance, to the Fly-By nightclub on Spenard Road might not be the same as a sports bar that was operating there. The impact to the neighborhood may be different. And so when the operational impact looks like it's going to be different, then it's appropriate to have either a minor or less minor modification. So that's one avenue. Other times, the Assembly, in reviewing a license, as we've seen with the VFW Hall and other operations like that, will be presented with issues that where the use has directly, or the use of the alcohol license on the premises has had land use manifestations. And in that situation, the Assembly has had various tools to use, and one of those is to, in reviewing the liquor license, is to make recommendations to the ABC board for certain operational conditions that should be put on the license. That's one avenue. And that can be coupled with a further, a protest, a full protest. It can be coupled with a non-objection on the condition that these things happen. And in several instances, the Assembly, particularly when Mr. Coffey was on the board and on the Assembly and guiding the Assembly on this, would have as a condition of the a condition of not protesting, that is, an alternative to protesting or protesting with conditions, would be that the conditional use, by agreement with the licensee, would be reopened, and certain conditions would be placed, because they had a land use nexus, in the conditional use, so that the municipality would, register lessons learned, so to speak. So that's another way.
So with this resolution, could the conditional use process be reopened for this property?
I'm going to answer that in two parts through the chair, and also give Mr. Wheeler an opportunity to correct me if I'm off base. But the first thing to keep in mind is that the process for any protest requires a 21-day notice of a full procedure to the applicant, and a 21-day advance notice of any of the items that you're going to be talking to the applicant about, any pieces of evidence, any things, and you may bring to mind as has been discussed here before, other precedents in your jurisdiction with the VFW hall. And so, if your question would be, could you tonight put conditions in this resolution? My answer would be no. If the Assembly chooses to do the conditional protest that's outlined in that item that's before you in the resolution, then that anticipates that the Assembly will continue and follow through on some of the things that they have heard tonight. And depending on how that is developed, then yes, they could do any of those options.
Thank you. I just wanted to clear that up for the body. My second question is, if we do this resolution, will Mr. Alexander continue to be able to have a management agreement with the owner of the liquor license for functions, or for his facility as it is?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Johnson, I don't think that that's an item that the Assembly has any control over.
Okay, I was just wondering if that's just my question. Thank you.
I think that you would have to ask others, including the people who were in that transaction.
Okay, thank you. I will be supporting this. I think Mr. Flynn has, and I think the downtown district has proven that they're weary. I hope that we all take the opportunity to work with Mr. Alexander, and that there is a conditional use permit that applies to this facility and ensures that he's able to have a facility that he's proud of and that the community is proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr?
Always dislike it when the Assembly says we have to get this right. What we need to define is what we have to get right. And what we have to get right is the conditional use of the operation of the liquor license itself. And Ms. Johnson asked some pointed questions, and the answer was the Assembly can't open it. We can put administrative restrictions on it through administrative hearings. We can try to do it, and I believe it's designed so that this body here can't go after a businessman with a vendetta. It may be why that's the case. I don't particularly know, or we don't particularly like a certain type of business as a society, so they're going to convince the Assembly to go take that conditional use away. It's also quite valuable. The conditional use defines the building. And that's the other thing, I believe, when it was split in 96 or 94, both questions had to be asked at the same time. In fact, when you got one, you got the other one automatically. Somehow or another, Mr. Flynn, I put this on you because it should have happened prior. We all ought to be able to see a copy of the conditional use, what that building is allowed to do with the liquor license. My fear is that there won't be one. My fear is that when we did the duplicity license, the multiple locations inside the same location, is it was just an add-on to what Lamex always did before, and might have been adding a different meal service or a different dispensary location. And that's how I believe Rum Runners got out of control, was we kept adding places that they could dispense liquor. In the basement, in a dark dungeon with a jail, we let them do that. We have to be very cautious. I want to get it right too. But I burden these folks, when it comes back January 27th, it's not their responsibility unless they want to open that conditional use, which I would, by the way. It's our job to do it right. I don't know how else we're going to do it right. It's in front of us tonight. We've already delayed to a public hearing once before, which is atypical. We cannot tender to ABC capricious, arbitrary, all the other things that go into, well, we just don't like the location. We just don't like it. ABC is going to look for definitive things and they're going to judge us for it. So when you say it's broken, we're broken too. We have not given ABC the requirements to put conditions on the liquor store license, and we haven't gone back in and grabbed a hold of conditional uses. To be honest with you, I've threatened it to my operators in Eagle River. I've walked up there and say, you're going to get a violation listed to the ABC board unless you provide ride-home transportation, unless you quit selling, put your lights on, do whatever else needs to be done. You know, I don't want to be the liquor cop in my area either, but somehow or another, to get it right, it means we need to get into doing things differently. And that, the conditional use should have been in front of us tonight as well. either through negotiations with these folks or it should have been supplied to us through Mr. Flynn's action of delay, and it hasn't been. So I'll go along with the delay because I will say it needs to get right. But the conditions of use, I believe, are how it gets done, not judging the character of Mr. Alexander's ability to do it. Can the location handle it? Outside sidewalks, are they prepared for outside lighting? How do they get people home after bar break? All the other concepts that go into that, but that's listed in conditional use and not the transfer. There's too much money involved. You're holding 3 of them up, Mr. Flynn. It's a lot of coin.
Thank you, sir. And just if my recollection is correct, we actually never did grant the conditional use for that basement bar. Kept getting held up. But anyway, Ms. Gray Jackson, you're next in queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for your comments. But Mr. Starr was the last person to speak, and I want to thank him for his comments, especially when he talked about getting it right. You know, folks, we're representing over 300 citizens in this community, and it's our job to get it right. This evening, we've heard the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've heard some very positive comments about Mr. Alexander and the way he runs his businesses, and then we heard some not so positive comments, especially when it came to security. We've heard compelling arguments from both sides, and frankly, I'm really glad that we aren't going to approve this evening because I'm not sure if it'll happen this evening, but I'm glad that we're going to have an opportunity to do due diligence, if you will, and then come back and make a decision that is right for this community. And I want to thank Mr. Evans, if I may, Mr. Chairman, for his request for Chief Mew to not only provide statistics on this particular facility as far as police calls, but all the facilities downtown. I think that is the right thing to do. With that said, Mr. Flynn, thank you for bringing forward this resolution, and I look forward to dealing with this situation sooner than later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard enough to be concerned. We have done, in the past, we've been able to negotiate various conditions in terms of noise and trash and hours of operation and so on and so forth. And we have concerns, and I wish we had the time to work specifically with the applicant to draft that, to get that, because I can't vote for it without some method to correct it if just giving approving it doesn't work. And so I hope that during this time we are able to work with the applicant and try to get some conditions that would be agreeable or that would be able to be implemented, and also talk about the need to be a good neighbor. If the neighborhood's unhappy, it's not going to work, period. And so he's got to work with the neighborhood to try and allay their fears as well. But I'm glad we have the time. I hope we are able to do something with regards to conditions on this particular item.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Traney?
I'll be supporting this, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to this discussion the 27th of March. But, Mr. Honeman, would you do me a favor, since you're the head of our Public Safety Committee? Would you get with Julia and see what we can do to license security guards and bars? Because we have time after time people telling us had a problem with a security guard. We need much like a TAM license, and if the state won't take the leadership, then, Mr. Chairman, you can do it as our Public Safety Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Ms. Dombosky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask that when the Public Safety Committee brings this up, Mr. Chair, that it's a meeting of the whole. That would be helpful. And secondly, Mr. Wheeler, just to follow up on comments Mr. Starr had made, I just want to ensure, in my mind, the testimony I've heard tonight ensures the action we're taking is not arbitrary or capricious. Would you concur with that?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombosky, all you're doing at this point is setting the stage for a full hearing where the evidence will be presented, the licensee will have, and the applicant will have the chance to defend against that evidence, and you'll make a decision. So yes, there's no problem with what you're doing tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Evans?
Thank you. It doesn't much matter if I'm for or against this at this point, but I do have a couple concerns. One is, I think, and I may not fully understand exactly, I don't have the experience with all these liquor licenses, how this process typically works, but my understanding is, we're deciding whether to transfer the license now to Mr. Alexander. I've seen nothing that in the record, objectively in the record, documented in the record, that would make me think that Mr. Alexander is ineligible to receive a liquor license or to hold a liquor license in this town. And I think we're mixing this location and Mr. Alexander in an unfair way. I think if this application was for some other location in town and Mr. Alexander was the one we were transferring it to, I think we would have approved it already, and that would have been about 2 hours ago. So, I think the real issue we're talking about is really whether, is this corner of 6th Avenue a good location for a nightclub? It's probably not. There were problems with Platinum Jacks, but those aren't Mr. Alexander's problems. I guess, if there are conditions that are going to be put upon this license and the operation of this nightclub that would help the people in the immediate area, and as long as they are fair and reasonable, I think, to Mr. Johnson and Mr. Alexander, and don't somehow unfairly burden him with the legacy of the previous operators, it's not a terrible thing. But I just, the process of doing this just doesn't seem exactly fair to me. I would have supported transferring it tonight, but I will obviously defer to the will of the body.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And having spent almost in my entire career in the hospitality industry, I've kind of been down this road myself. And unfortunately, I believe that Mr. Alexander is being judged unfairly because of what has happened at Platinum Jacks prior to his wanting to lease this building. And I feel it's unfortunate that he's had his reputation sort of dragged through a public venue here, and that's never anything that anyone enjoys to happen to themselves. I do believe that we do need to give Mr. Alexander an opportunity to prove himself. Can he operate this location and do it well without running afoul of the law on many occasions? Hopefully he can. And I'm going to support the 21-day delay right now because it is our chairman's district, and so I'm going to defer to his judgment in this matter. But I do believe that Mr. Alexander has not gotten the best treatment at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no one else in queue. The motion before the body is to substitute the as-yet unnumbered resolution labeled 14K. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. And just to clarify, I did mention in introducing this that the earliest we could take up a public hearing would be January 13. In the resolution, it says January 27. So make sure everyone's clear what they're voting on. With that, we have the matter before us. Is there further discussion? Mr. Starr?
Well, who's going to write the letter to ABC, and what will it actually say in substance? We still need more time, or what? I'm concerned for two things. Is that I'd like to just the spirit of the body protest and not unanimous approval. I still think we're probably not giving Mr. Alexander a fair shake here, but my problem is if I put a no vote on there and it's a 10-to-1 split at ABC, are they going to interpret that, we don't agree? What's the letter going to say, and who's going to write it?
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, sir. We'll just send this resolution that we're conditionally protesting, and then I'll have to work with Assembly Council to promulgate the resolution that will be subject to the public discussion on the 27th.
Yes, it puts the burden of the puts the burden of the prove up on Mr. Alexander when there are concerns. So, I mean, you're going to give him a fair hearing, but who's going to judge? It's awkward. If I got this as an ABC board member, I'd say, huh? Especially knowing what's in the news yesterday, that they ask us for more than that. So I'd be happy if you paraphrased it by, we need more time to have a more extended public hearing on his operating limitations, including the discovery of what's the conditional use allowed for the location. That has to be mentioned to these folks so you can help them be educated. There is no mention of the conditional use in your reasoning here. We've got to find a conditional use. If it doesn't exist, we've got to make one up. I know what we want to do, but if you allude to the ABC board that we're going to do something else between now and January 27th and we don't, are they just going to not issue it? That's a dangerous place to go because they already have.
Mr. Flynn?
My understanding, Mr. Starr, is if we do not protest, they will issue it, and therefore we're telling them we'll give you an answer on the 27th.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn?
I'm done.
Okay.
Mr. Honeman?
Yes, and I don't want to throw a wrench in the plan here, but I'm challenging Mr. Chair. When you're saying 21 days, as I understand it, we're giving Mr. Alexander his notice tonight, officially, other than writing. But 21 days, are we talking business days or 21 calendar days? How does this work, Ms. Tucker, Mr. Wheeler? Because I can tell you now that for work purposes, I'm going to be unavailable the week of the 12th and the 19th physically. But, if we could do it the week before, 6th or 7th of January, I'm looking at weekdays from today. If you look at it business days, we could still meet within that timeline.
I'll let Mr. Wheeler answer in further detail. But my understanding is the 21-day clock starts when we present what would be the actual protest as opposed to the conditional protest to Mr. Alexander. Mr. Wheeler, do I have that correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
Now, can I follow up?
yes.
Is there any way that if Mr. Alexander or his partners would be willing to waive that time to have it the week of the 7th of January, I believe it is? 5th of January? Or is it hard fast? I mean, I'm sure he'd want to get this done as speedily as possible, but...
Through the chair, Mr. Honeman, the code requires that we present the evidence to them prior to the hearing. If they want to shorten the time period, that's entirely up to them. And, of course, your availability.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else in queue, motion before us is approval of the unnumbered resolution 14K. Please proceed to vote. Mr. Steele, thank you, sir. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14L.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, sir. I will move the unnumbered resolution AR 2014 labeled 14L.
Second.
A second by Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Flynn?
Nothing, sir.
Other comments from assembly members? If not, please vote. That's approved unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next item in front of us
14.
should be 14M.
Thank you, sir. I will move.
Mr. Flynn?
I'll move the as yet unnumbered resolution labeled 14M.
Ms. Dombrowski is the second. Discussion from assembly members? If not, please vote. We got them all in? Approved unanimously. Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to item 14N, AO 2014-146, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly electing to allow permanent registration of certain motor vehicles and trailers within the municipality and amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.07, biennial motor vehicle registration tax accordingly. I'll come catch up with you in a moment, Mr. Fink, okay? I'll come to talk to you. It's brought to us by Assembly Members Dombrowski and Evans and accompanied by AM 694-2014. Mr. Traney? And the clerk has just asked me for a brief at ease so that we can get some technical issues cleared up. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hold on for a second, Carolyn. You'll be next.
If assembly members would please take their seats. I'd like to call this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly back to order.
Never.
The item before us this evening is next item before us this evening is 14N. That's AO 2014-146, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly electing to allow permanent registration of certain motor vehicles and trailers within the municipality and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 12.07 biennial motor vehicle registration tax accordingly, brought to us by Ms. Domboski and Mr. Evans, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 694-2014 and the C that was introduced earlier this evening. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, Ms. Ramsey, welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Flynn, members of the Assembly. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I'm a 40-year resident of Anchorage. I'm here tonight because I oppose this ordinance, even though it would directly benefit me and save me a grand total of $2.90 a month. A number of years ago, Anchorage did away with the IM testing. If this ordinance passes, then it only further encourages residents to keep their older vehicles on our roads. This poses a health risk to all of us. If this ordinance passes, the financial loss to the municipality is estimated to be about $6 million. We're going to have to make that money up somewhere. This ordinance was brought up and discussed at our last community council meeting. Everyone at the meeting was opposed to this ordinance, with the common theme being that if we own vehicles, we accept the responsibility to pay for the roads that we use, no matter how old the vehicle is. We have many older Anchorage residents in our neighborhood. They've pared down, they live on fixed incomes, some only have one vehicle per household, others rely on alternative transportation. If $6 million is removed from our municipal coffers, that money is going to have to be made up somewhere, and that most likely somewhere is through our property taxes. Raising property taxes hits everyone, whether you rent or own your own home. It's across the board. While I do not mind paying my share of property taxes, I don't think that it's fair that the elderly or those who choose not to own a vehicle in our neighborhood, let alone in our entire city and municipality, be paying the same bill that our house pays with two vehicles in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carolyn. There are no questions from Assembly members. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hello, Mr. Powers. It's nice to have you back. Are you coming down? Come on down, sir.
Again, hello, Billy Ray Powers. You know, if you have a kind of job where you just go to start your nice Subaru and maybe all you need is your PIN, then, you know, one car works fine, especially if you're just a single person or a couple. But some of the folks out here need several vehicles, depending on what they do. For recreation, some people like vehicles. Maybe they want to polish a rod or something. With great fanfare, we did away with the IM test, and I was totally surprised because rarely does government reduce any regulation. Dick, thank you. But I didn't know that this was going to come attached to a big fat registration tax. And if it's $6 million, I didn't see my property taxes go down. My property taxes didn't go down because of the $6 million additional money. Well, actually, it's more than that. I'm saying that you can only drive one car at a time. I challenge anybody in here to drive two cars at one time. So about the extra wear and tear on the roads, it ain't happening. If you got more than one vehicle, you're only driving one. I also wanted to make a point that some folks have a spare car in case their primary car breaks down. And to have to register and pay big bucks for every one of these cars, maybe you got a truck you haul garbage with. Maybe you have a camper, or something to pull your boat with. Maybe you have a real inexpensive commuter car. There's reasons to have more than one car. unless all you do is go drive your Subaru to work and use your pen. So I'm totally in favor of this, doing away with this registration and having a permanent registration. And actually in politics, if where you want to be is over here and where you are is right here, if you can get anywhere between there, you've been successful. So maybe we have to do this incrementally. I'll stop, or can I finish the sentence here?
If you quickly finish your sentence, sir.
Okay. I think we should not exclude the folks that have the new cars. Ultimately, I would like to see no registration at all. In fact, the Department of Motor Vehicles produces nothing, no goods or services. Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Isley.
Hi, I'm Phil Isley, and I'm in support of this. And the things I look at is oil's dropped probably 40% now, so we know that things are going to start getting ugly. But we still have money to spend on tennis courts. We decided that we're going to bring in Medicaid, which is going to cost us lots and lots. And I can't read my writing now. Our school budget, we can't even narrow it down to a few $1 million. It seems to bounce like 20. So it seems to me that we're not really looking at our funds real heavy, and we've got plenty of money to spend, or we wouldn't be looking at tennis courts, and we wouldn't be looking at building more parks. We'd be looking for something to generate revenue, but we're not doing that. So with all these things that are going to hit us in the future, and, bear in mind, you say that we need this tax to help support the roads and stuff, but we did a $120 million bike plan over 5 years that we're paying for, and it's not coming from the bike riders. So it costs the state almost as much money as we're paying, so it's kind of like we're getting hit double on this registration thing. Because if you did away with it, then we wouldn't have to pay it to the state either. And it would be just a small bone that you could throw us in this time where everything is going to start costing us more money. We can't really afford to do business the way that we've been doing it, but we're continuing to do it. Wouldn't it be nice if you just took this opportunity to give us this one small bone and give a little bit back to us, just this one time to help us out? Especially to those of us that don't drive new cars, that have cars that are 10 years old, or that have maybe a trailer they use for work and a trailer to tow their boat and a utility trailer. That starts adding up after a while. And then you got your motorcycle. It will be almost cheaper for me to buy a lot in Palmer so that I can move all my trailers and excess vehicles out there rather than to stay here and keep them. I think that's something you should think about. Wouldn't it be nice to give us just one small Christmas present here? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Isley. Ms. Gray Jackson has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Isley. I may be saying Merry Christmas at the end of this public hearing, but anyway, with that said, if we approve this ordinance, the revenue has to come from somewhere. So are you willing to pay more in taxes for the sake of getting this Christmas present?
You're going to get me more in taxes anyway, especially when you approve this tennis court that people won't be using 10 years from now, and it'll be dilapidated, and we'll be paying the bonds on it.
Mm-hmm. But
you're going to do a $60 million school bond here and try and run it through.
No, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I have to respond. First off, it's $600,000 asking the state. It's not operating money. It's capital money asking the state for $600,000 to put some roofs over tennis courts already at East High. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Isley. Anybody else? Mr. Larrabee? Come on down. Come on down. You can sit up front.
My name's Ed Larrabee. I do support this, and this is why. It's extortion otherwise. Every time, every 2 years, we have to pay $170 to get our license tag. Well, I keep my car forever. I try to keep it maintained. It's an older car. But I keep it maintained. The brakes work, the motor works, it starts, it goes. Hey, and think about all these people. There's more renters here than owners. That's a given fact. And a lot of these people are poor. And they're the working poor. And they have one car. And couldn't they spend that $70 that the Muni normally gets on food or on their kids or on something else? Their cars are older. They haven't got new cars. I would give it a limit. I'd say 6 years. If the car is 6 years old, then you can use this. New cars, that wouldn't apply. I mean, it makes sense. Why not help the people instead of hurt them? Why demonstrate extortion? And by the way, some of you guys are going to run for mayor. Look how many people drive. How do you think their hearts are in this? And if this comes out that you say, oh no, I want to reject this, wait till somebody that says, no, I supported this, I believe in this, wait till the votes come out. You know, being a mayor, as Mayor Dan knows, is a tough job. And you guys are going to go through this, some of you. Now remember, you can make the voter happy, or you make the voter look at you with a vengeance at the polls. Just remember this. Hey, give it 6 years on a vehicle. After 6 years, then you use this. That's only fair. If they can afford a new car, yeah, they can afford taxes. How's that sound? Any questions?
I don't see any questions, sir.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll try again sometime. Thank you all so much. Have a Merry Christmas and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wants to speak to us on this matter? Come on down. Welcome. Greetings.
My name is Warren West, and first I'd like to thank the Assembly for giving me a little bit of time to talk on this issue. I support this ordinance, and you might have heard me before. I supported it when it was stalled in the state for the last 4 years. Actually, it's been 5 years since the state started debating this. Well, our great state of Alaska decided to support this ordinance and turn it into a law. And they gave us all the cities, the options to opt in or opt out. And our neighbors to the north of us has found that we can opt in. I do own a home. I am a taxpayer in town. And with the registration, it's a tax. It's a personal property tax on my vehicle is the way I look at it. Is that true? But no, I'm paying all the taxes faithfully. I have been for the last 35 years. The registration initially is to register our vehicles, make it safe with the state, make sure the police department has all the paperwork, and for the fee we get a service. After the car is 6 years old, there are no more services collected for that. It's just a property tax. And I've heard the $6 million come out, but if you take a look at that $6 million right there, actually I think you could trim it down to 3, because some of the people will say, no, I don't want to take the time to go get a permanent registration. I'll just send in my form, and they'll do that. Some of the people that do get it will sell their car 2 years later, and therefore the next people will have to pay the property tax again. And with the budget you've presented tonight, the esteemed L.V. Gray Jackson, to me, it is already a property tax. which we're paying, but we're not getting a service for it. We are getting wonderful services from the Assembly, from the property tax I do pay on my home, and, we get police, fire, all of it, but there's no real service being provided for this extra fee, collection fee. And I just think if our neighbors can do it, I think, honestly, you might see a lot of people say, Charlie, could I borrow your address up there in Palmer for a week because my cars are coming up? You'll say, sure, come on down. And you'll lose it anyway. So I just want to thank you for your time, but we do pay our property taxes for the services we get. For services we don't get, it's just kind of a giveaway. It's our Christmas present to you for absolutely nothing. So, I just want to thank you all again, and you all have a very Merry Christmas, and I hope you at least consider what I've said tonight.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back.
Hi. Catherine Hicks, and I'm urging support for this. I think that it's a fantastic idea, but that a person can finally really own something and not have to get it confiscated because of lack of taxes. I would love to see us be able to own our homes too, for real. And so to me, this is just a first step toward maybe people actually being able to own their own property. I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks. Anybody else? Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Bob Rupke, and I wasn't going to speak to this, but when I heard it come up, I thought I should. I just wanted to mention that, first of all, we have two old-timers. It's a 95 Ford pickup truck and a 2002 Durango. And since I get the ancient discount, I don't have to pay anything on my pickup truck. But these older vehicles, they use our roads. They tear up the roads like everybody else who uses studded tires. And I believe the older, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the older the vehicle, the less the tax. And we're going to have to make up this $6 million, and that really worries me. And the property taxes are high enough. Somehow we're going to have to make up the $6 million. So I would be against this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Seeing and hearing no one, what is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Domboski, you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought this ordinance forward because, first of all, I have a lot of people in my district that are asking for it. But not just in my district. I've gotten many calls and emails from people all across town. But it's a fundamental principle of what is the service that is being provided by the municipality to force somebody to register their vehicle every 2 years. And I agree. I believe this is a property tax. It's a personal property tax, in my opinion. The comments I've heard have been cost payer. And quite frankly, if anybody's familiar with federal fuel taxes, the intent of those is for wear and tear on the road. So those cost or cost payer, the people putting gas in their tanks, are taxed. And that money is supposed to go back to infrastructure. And that was the whole point of it. And we pay a lot in gasoline taxes. I can tell you that. Last time I filled up, it was expensive. So to me, this really was a measure to say, everybody keeps saying we have to make up the money somewhere. How about we trim the fat a little bit? I don't know. That's not a good enough reason for me to dip into my neighbor's pocket. And it's not good enough to say, just like with the IM program. Now, I wasn't on the assembly when it went away, and I do thank you, Mr. Traney, for not having to make me go down there and do that. But I was horrified when I watched it at home, because I watched this body trade the IM fee and jack up the rates on registrations. The mentality of we have to get the money from somewhere. I don't get it. But it's not disparaging against anybody who thinks that. There could be good, valid reasons for that thought process. it's not mine. But beyond that, I would just say, this is something that the state legislature passed. The Mat-Su Valley has been proactive in implementing it, and I applaud them because I think they recognize the value of people's money. When I look at these little tiny fees that, somebody testified it's only a couple dollars a month, it's these little tiny fees that the most vulnerable, the poorest in our community, get hit the worst on. So it's those people that are living paycheck to paycheck when they have 2 vehicles in their family because both mom and dad work, and they have to come up with $400 in a year to register both of those vehicles, register trailers, whatever it is. Maybe they're a handyman, they have a truck and a trailer. Those are the people that I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about those people that are on fixed incomes. Those people that, $200 is a lot of money to some people. It's a lot of money to me. I mean, I think I made $2 an hour on the assembly, seriously. But I just, so to me, it may be a principled position, but I hope people understand it's a position of one that I truly value your money. I value the fact that we're a government body, and if we are taking your money, we should be giving you something in return. And it's not to say, this money, when we take it, it goes into the general fund. Let's be honest, that's where it goes. So we have to be mindful of that and recognize, does it go to serve police and fire, all those things? Yeah, it does. Does it also go to a centennial celebration? Yeah, it does. Does it also go for flowers downtown? Yeah, it does. And I'm not knocking anyone. That is not my intent. But my intent is just to put it in perspective and recognize when you hear the buzzwords that we're going to cut police and fire, this is going to lay off so many people. Those, in my mind, are scare tactics. I don't believe those to be true because I know the 11 members on this body, and at least 10 of them are really smart. And so my point is this. This is a collaborative body. This is a body that I think if they put their heads together, they really can accomplish amazing things. But we have to have trust and faith in people, and we have to tell the people that we are good stewards of your money. We're trying to be. And if this $200 helps one family, I'm all for it. So with that, I just respectfully put this in front of the body, and I welcome comments.
And Ms. Domboski, did you want to offer your amendment this time? Okay, thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Well, it's a tough act to follow as far as a lot of words, and I won't pontificate that detailed. However, I will say that I, too, am very concerned and sincere about how this government body and this municipality spends every tax dollar, no matter where the source. So saying that, I would be, much like the state offers for a senior citizen a one-time registration for one vehicle, I would be more inclined to lean towards the same thing for a primary vehicle of an individual. I also would probably be more inclined to, if we were taking vehicles off the table, any trailer, because they're not a motor vehicle, they're being hauled behind a vehicle that's already being paying tax for. So I can see where there's some areas where we might be able to look at that, and yes, we'd have to adjust. And Ms. Hicks, you can finally own something. Well, you put it on the roadway, and yes, those same fire trucks, police cars, and road graders go down the road clearing the way for every one of those vehicles that go down the road. So yeah, you own it, but you still, as the term says, cost causer, cost payer. You're not paying in entirety on a registration tax. We did have a much lower registration tax prior to the IM going away, and I think it was an omnibus bill that was introduced by this administration that we supported on the Assembly, and some of us had to bite the bullet and realize that, hey, we had to come up with the funding to make the difference. And you know what? As far as cutting things, my God, we are adequate at handling great services for a city the size of about 200,000. But guess what, folks? We're at about 300,000+ now. So we're struggling to make sure we meet all the services that we have within the budget that we're given each year. And I can guarantee that I'm proud to say that we have made those budgets balance. And it's like spreading the wealth. You're not putting it out of any one egg, taking all the eggs out of any one basket. It's spread amongst different fees and fines as we consider it. Roughly half of our budget is property tax. The rest of it comes from the other fees and taxes that we collect. And by the way, Ms. Domboski, we don't pay any municipal gas tax. That's state and federal. State and federal. and that we pay nothing in the city on gas tax. And so, if you want to trade me and let's get some funding sources to be able to do that, I'd be more than glad to. But we're not going to be able to continue to provide the services for a city of 300,000 on what we're getting now. So I'm not supportive of the way this ordinance specifically states as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I've been in this chair now for 13 and a half hours. It's very possible that what I say won't make any sense at this point. But I support this measure for a couple of reasons. I think it's clear beyond all question that the only reason anybody is concerned about us registering our older vehicles is for money. That's the only argument that's advanced. We have to have the money, so we have to have you register your vehicles. There's no argument that registering your vehicles is required for any other reason. The police don't need you to re-register your vehicle. The state doesn't need it for anything. It is solely for the money. And that's fine. Government needs money to operate. I'm all for that. There's a lot of things we have to do. It costs money. We have to have the money. We have to get it from somewhere. The problem with this registration thing, though, if the sole reason that this body wants to keep us registering old vehicles is to get the $5 to $6 million that the city estimates we would lose, it's the worst possible management I can imagine. Because the way the system works, the state has already ruled that we do not have to register vehicles over 8 years old. The state has said that. Their wisdom, they've passed HB 19 and said we don't have to do it. We can opt into that same program. If we don't opt in, the state will still take the $100 it gets every time we register our vehicle. It's $170 to register a vehicle. The city gets $70, the state gets $100. The state's already said, we don't have to have your $100. We're not going to make you register. So in order to get $6 million in municipal revenues, we have to take from the citizens of Anchorage $14.1 million in registration fees. The 8.1 goes to the state. It is just the worst way to manage finances. If we can't think of a better way to get those revenues, then shame on us. It's just pure math. I have nothing against, I don't want to cut services, but I also believe in the creativity that's caused by constraint. If government has no constraints on it sometimes, it won't react. It won't look for ways to have to trim and look for fat. So I think every now and then, having measures like this where you eliminate such obviously unneeded items and force the body to look for more creative ways either to gain revenues or to cut services, I think is very important. And I can't support this enough. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston?
Well, this is kind of an interesting conversation. I have to say that this is one of the few times that the state has very graciously given away our means of making or taxing or making money with actually taking some out of their pocket too, because usually they give a lot of tax credits away, and actually there's some legislators that think that they pay for it. So we have lots of unfunded what's the word? Liabilities from the state. As far as the revenues that would not be getting from this, Ms. Dombowski had said that this isn't a user tax like the federal gas tax. We do have, I have to say, vehicles that are over 8 years old sometimes tend to be the ones that maybe, because I've driven these vehicles and I have been the one that's been dead on the side of the road, or I have been the one that has had some problems with it that's required both police or fire. And so these do have an impact. They also do go on our road services, and this is a service district. We have Anchorage Road Service District, you have a Traverse out in Eagle River, and so there is an impact from all vehicles. And I would be more inclined to vote for this if we were in different times. We are currently running a state deficit budget of $10 million a day. And I think we're going to be seeing probably our revenue sharing going away very quickly. It's not going to be funded. We also are going to probably see our unfunded liability, our pension funds, I can see them increasing the percentage of what we will owe on it. And and where I would like to say we could cut the cost, I'm a little nervous about the next 4 or 5 years, particularly when the impact from this comes into play. Could be some of our worst years, because I don't know how many of you were here in the 80s, but I was, and it's not looking pretty. So, and Ms. Dombrowski, I saw that, I don't want to get personal, but I saw in the paper that you said we have a spending problem, and you and I know that I've taken issue with you a number of times because you have appropriated money in third quarter. And I don't believe in appropriating money after first quarter budget revisions. So these are impacts that have impacts on our fire and our police where you have appropriated money for. So I can't support this, and I would urge a no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Hall?
Yes, I'll not be supporting this either. There's been some real passion expressed and some rather catchy phrases used, but it's just to the point we can't keep moving these to property owners. I would benefit because I've got a car that would qualify. I've got a number of trailers that would qualify, but I'll just get it on my tax bill. And I really have a debate with that comment or the deal about state wisdom. I'm not sure that's not an oxymoron. When you do things to cut your own revenue source when the state's facing the problems that they're doing. I could go on, but I just can't support it. I'm tired of moving things on to property holders. We've got too many seniors in this community living on fixed income that have to decide whether they're going to turn the heat down or eat a meal, and to put another burden on them. I'm sorry, I can't go there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele?
There has been a lot of passion, but this does not make sense. We've gone through, I don't know how many efforts the mayor has made to try to discuss with the community how we can diversify our tax base. We can't keep loading up on the homeowners. I don't own a car that wouldn't qualify for this, but I'm not going to support it either. It does not make sense when we cause cost by driving on the highways, and yet we want to pass that off on people who may not have a vehicle, but have a home that they're trying to save. It just does not make sense to eliminate this tax.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with the sentiments of the last three speakers. One additional point I wanted to make is that I believe that this ordinance would encourage people to drive their older vehicles on the road even longer than they already do. And I believe that could potentially get us in a situation where there would be more breakdowns, more accidents. It could become a public safety issue. Therefore, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Are you saying, Mr. Peterson, if I vote for this, my wife won't buy a new car? I'm going to think about that. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I ran for office and won in 2008, one of the things that I said I would do for this community is find ways to provide property tax relief. And I tried a little bit, but I guess I wasn't too good at it, but I'm still going to try. But anyway, unless we have another revenue source this evening for this loss, you're going to be paying taxes, whether it's through registration fees or through an increase in your property taxes. And my quick estimation of the $6 million is probably going to be a little more than $70 added to your property tax bill. But with that said, I don't support this ordinance as presented, but I probably would have no issue supporting the break on trailers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Dombrowski?
With that said, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment
Yes,
that I've passed out to everyone. floor amendment, page, if I may, I'd like to move that.
Kind of press your button, ma'am. Thank you. Is there a second?
So this is a floor amendment. Essentially what this is going to do in the item that's presented, it's going to separate cars from trailers. The way the ordinance is written, it's commingled, so I'm going to separate it and then we'll have another discussion. But that's essentially what it does. If any assembly members has questions, I'm happy to answer them. But essentially what we're doing is we're just in the ordinance, we're separating the two topics.
Understood. Mr. Evans on the amendment? No. Okay, seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote on the amendment. So by a vote of 10 yeas and 1 nay, that motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to bifurcate items D and E, which is the trailers and the vehicles.
Second.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
What it means is, and I've had this discussion with legal already, what it means is I would like to separate the conversation. The first item that I would like to, we have to divide the question. So the question being, one question will be, are we going to exempt cars, and what will that look like? The second question will be, are we going to exempt trailers, and what will that look like? So I need to bifurcate in order to bring those two topics up. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're trying to do. I'm not sure we can do it that way. Mr. Wheeler?
I don't care how we do it.
My inclination would say we should probably have another amendment on whether to strike the new paragraph D and then vote on the entire ordinance. But is there a way to bifurcate something within an ordinance?
Mr. Chairman, I wrote the amendment, so I'm kind of stuck supporting it. No, frankly, what you're both trying to do is essentially getting to the same result. So if you want to take up a motion to strike subsection D, you can do that. You can do it through the bifurcation that she suggested. It doesn't, either way, you're going to get to the same place.
Mr. Chairman, may I for a moment?
Yeah.
My intent is if you let me separate the question, then I will move vehicles, and then I will move trailers. So my hope is, please just let me separate the question right now.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with that being utilized, but we'll give it a shot. Since our esteemed counsel advises that we can do it, we'll give it a shot. So the motion is to bifurcate the question of paragraph D and paragraph E. Is anybody in queue to speak to that motion? Mr. Starr, you are? Thank you, sir.
I'm all for the strategy that sort of limits the efforts, but I also would like to flash forward to 2017 or 18, and we've had to modify fee schedules every year on the body. So wouldn't it be wise to leave both vehicle types in there and modify the fee schedules when we get around to it? Meaning you could potentially say a vehicle 8 years and older is charged $0 or $5 or $10. Leave the mechanism in to increase the rates later, but not not change it. So the idea that both types of vehicles are in there, but your intention is to not charge one of them, certainly seems to make sense. I suppose a future assembly could add that type of vehicle back in, but if you partly because Dan Moore's revenue summary really did the right thing. So I'm going to ask you then, what's the revenue effect of just going to trailers?
$210,000
a year?
That's what they say, but I actually have issue with their numbers because they don't take into consideration any new trailers.
All right, well, I'll keep going down the path here. I'm just not sure it's going to ultimately rely on good legislation. So,
and Mr. Starr, if I recall correctly, it's about a 2-year process to change our vehicular tax structure because the DMV makes us do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, okay.
Mr. Evans, is this on the motion to bifurcate? Not on the motion to bifurcate. Okay. Anybody else want to speak on the motion to bifurcate? Seeing and hearing none, please proceed to vote on the motion to bifurcate. And so by vote 10 yeas and 1 nay, that motion carries. And that brings us back to the original legislation as amended and now bifurcated. Mr. Evans.
Yeah. Let's give me. Yeah, I'm still in favor of actually passing this with respect to vehicles and trailers. I've heard everybody's comments about the money. It's still, and protecting the property owners by protecting them from potentially only $6 million of added increase in the fiscal year 19 is when this thing first has an impact. But in the reality, we're collecting from Anchorage citizens $14.1 million in order to protect them from the $6 million. Just doesn't make sense to me. So, again, I support doing the full thing. To avoid talking again when it comes up, if I can't get all the vehicles, I'll vote for the trailers.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I wasn't in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. It looked like you were.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, were you out of the queue now?
I was in the queue, and now I'm out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I say no one else in queue. Ms. Domboski, do you want to move?
Mr. Chair, I would first like to go ahead and move the vehicles, so section D.
Okay. The motion is, and seconded, is to approve section D. You sure we can do this, Mr. Wheeler? All right. Please proceed to vote. Mr. Peterson, sir?
Right.
And so by a vote of 3 yeas and 8 nays, that motion fails. Ms. Domboski?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move section E.
Second.
Could you press your buttons, folks? Thank you so much. Ms. Johnston?
Yes, I see Mr. Moore. Do you know the cost of us passing the trailers, exempting the trailers and having a one-time fee? Or do you have a guesstimate?
In the C.
I believe, Ms. Johnston, if you look at page 2 of the C that was introduced this evening, under non-commercial trailers, it says $210,000.
It's the $210,000. Through the chair.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
It's halfway down page 2 of the SEE. It's right before that shaded label.
I see. Okay.
And that's for trailers that are 8 years or older.
And it was suggested that you didn't take into consideration new trailers. Would that be?
No, it was just the older ones.
So you just, what we currently have on the books?
Yeah, it's already, I mean, right now we tax all trailers based on their age. What was proposed in the original ordinance was just older vehicles and older trailers. So the SEE is just focused on the impact of just exempting older trailers and older vehicles.
So it's currently what we have registered on the books currently.
It currently, part of our revenue stream includes $210,000 for older trailers.
Okay.
It's in the budget. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Domboski?
I was just going to point out the trailer note in the C. That was why I was in queue.
Okay.
So I would just, like I said, I'm very grateful to the members for entertaining this discussion, and I would urge support.
Thank you, ma'am. I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote. Mr. Peterson? And so by a vote of 7 yeas and 4 nays, that motion carries.
Mr. Chair, that was the amended version, right? So now we're going to vote on the final.
I suppose so. I thought we had to deal with
Yes,
it
that
differently.
was an amendment, sir. So I believe the final version's in front of us. I just want to restate that so the body is clear.
We had previously approved the
No.
yeah, okay. All right. So,
What are we voting on?
okay, we have now before us AO 2014-146 as amended and bifurcated.
Remembering.
This just deals with trailers. I see no one else in queue. Please proceed to vote. Mr. Steele? Ms. Johnston? And so by a vote of 10 yeas and 1 nays, that motion
Mr.
carries.
Chair, I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration and urge a no vote.
Please press your buttons, and please proceed to vote. Ouch.
Sorry, Ernie, I thought of staying with you.
And so by a vote of 1 yea and 10 nays, that motion fails. That brings us to item 14-0, AO 2014-147, an ordinance at Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 21.05, to provide for implementation of the Chugach Park Access Plan. It's brought to us by Mr. Starr, Traney, and Hall. It's accompanied by Assembly Memorandum 696-2014. This is a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward at this time. Don't be shy.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Julian Mason. May I ask a question before I start? Am I correct that this ordinance has to go to planning and zoning before assembly action on it?
It is my understanding that this does need a referral to our Planning and Zoning Commission, and therefore, I believe the sponsor's intent is to make that referral at the conclusion of tonight's discussion, and then we'll have it back for public hearing when it returns.
Okay, I'll keep my remarks short. I'm generally, and I've testified before, in favor of access to the park, but I also am very concerned about individual property rights. I'm a landowner. I own land adjacent to a state park, not Chugach Park. I own land adjacent to a city park, which I'm in the preliminary stages of subdividing and which will provide access. And I actually own land in which a state park provides me access. I respect what is being attempted in this ordinance, but I think it proceeds from a false assumption, and I want to talk about that for a minute. This ordinance is written in a way that assumes that nobody wants to grant access to parks. That's not the way it works in the real world. The only way that these access provisions are going to be triggered, whatever they may be, is if someone voluntarily, if somebody chooses to subdivide their property. And when subdividers choose to subdivide, what they want is an understandable, quick, and easy process for doing their subdivision. Even if they don't want to grant access, which is not typically the case anymore, they still want to know how the process works. This ordinance, as it's written, and I respect the intent of it, it tramples on private property rights. In order for me to subdivide property adjacent to Chugach Park, I would have to get approvals from the Assembly, which has no real procedures for granting approvals of that sort. I would have to get approvals from Parks, which has no real procedures for granting things of this sort. I would have to get the approval of the Eagle River Advisory Board, which is an advisory board. It has no adjudicatory responsibilities. And I would have to get approval from the state of Alaska. I just simply would not go through that process where there are no time limits on how long that would take. There are no appeals except from a planning board decision. I have no way to appeal from any of those other agencies. It's a terrible imposition on, or would be, on my private property rights as a property owner to subdivide the property. There's a much better way, and that is in the next ordinance on your agenda. So the thought I want to leave you with is that the only time any access provision is going to be triggered that you've looked at or are being asked to look at is if someone stands up and says voluntarily, I want to subdivide. Think about the people in the Eagle River. People who own a parcel of property, maybe 40 acres that's adjacent to the park. If they want to subdivide their property, they know exactly what the access provisions will be. And if you look forward to the ordinance that's next on your agenda, there are a set of criteria for doing that subdivision. But if they want to sell their property, which is more likely, you've heard testimony from older people who've been on their property for a long time, if they want to sell it, you're going to kill the market for them with this ordinance because the subdivider is going to be faced with an interminable period of trying to get these approvals. Plus, the municipality is going to be saddled with the burden of designing the access point, which might not be used, but of designing the access point for Chugach State Park. So I urge you, it's not before you tonight, I understand, but please recognize that there is a much better way of protecting those private property rights than this ordinance. Again, I respect the intent of it and the work that people have put into it, but I do have a property owner hat, and this is very bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hahnemann has a question for you.
Quick, you said there's a better way. Can you summarize a better way?
I can. in the next ordinance that you're going to look at. What happens in that ordinance is that it puts the responsibility for access with the plating authority, which is where it ought to be. You will no longer have to approve a state access plan. The state may want red dots, but you will not be endorsing the red dots. And that ordinance sets out in detail the criteria that the plating authority must follow in order to grant access. It will look at the access plan, but it's not bound by it in any way. And there's an appeal process from that plan. But then, Tip O'Neill used to say all politics is local. I think you want the responsibility for access there. And let me ask you to keep one thing in mind. If a private property developer, someone who owns private property that's nowhere near Chugach State Park, wants to develop that property, your land use ordinances will require various things of that developer, including access to the adjacent property owner, often the construction of streets, sometimes the planting of trees. All Parks is asking for is parity with other private property owners. That's all it's asking for. But I urge you to keep it within the municipality. Let plating do its job. As a developer, I know how plating works. I know what the rules are. I can go to plating. I even have an appeal opportunity if I want to have it. That's much better than a system that sends me scampering all over the countryside trying to grant approvals.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr also has a question for you.
I really don't, but Section B actually limits it to only properties affected by the Chugach Park Access Plan. So your statement about all properties being affected, it's only these criterion if your property's in the plan. Section B clarifies that. So that's the intent. It isn't to put every subdivide that adjoins the park through it. It's only applicable if you're named in the plan that's adopted later.
Under the proposed ordinance that we're discussing now.
Yeah, on Section B, it's limited to only those properties named in the adopted plan, not all of them.
Yes, and one of the key points of the other ordinance was to get you away from having, this got crafted in direct response to the public comments you've been hearing. And one of those that you have mentioned is the concern that the red dots cause a problem. Now, you, as an assembly, you can't do anything about the red dots. I don't mean you're powerless. I mean, that's the state's plan. It's chosen to mark the things. But what this does is it gets the municipality away from the red dots. You won't be endorsing any red dots. All you're doing is recognizing that if property is developed adjacent to Chugach State Park, that there is a procedure for granting access if it's appropriate under the other ordinance. And the criteria that are there are exactly the things that you've been hearing from constituents.
Sir, it might be better if you wait till the next ordinance comes up. Are they combined, Mr. Chairman? I didn't hear us combine them.
We did not combine the public
So
hearings.
we'll be able to hear them both.
I have to talk about it to answer your question.
Well, it wasn't really a question. It was. I don't like inaccuracies to be mentioned in the public, and your statement that every property that abuts Chugach State Park is affected by this ordinance. That's not the intent, nor does it say that. So my point was, Section B is pretty clear that if it's in the plan, these things will apply. So thank you for that speaking.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. I see no further questions.
Yep, thank you.
Greetings, Mr. Weddleton.
Hi, I'm John Weddleton, and I don't support this. And unfortunately, I have to leave in a few minutes because I'd really like to be here to speak on the very wise and well-crafted ordinance by Assemblymember Johnston, which achieves the goals of access and meets the needs of property owners extremely well. So we're going back to this one. This one, I don't support largely because it is clearly not ready for prime time. It's confusing. Refers to Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan, and generally you would speak in Title 21 of the entire comprehensive plan for Anchorage, which would include the Hillside District Plan, and the goals and statements in here contradict the clear guidance in the Hillside District Plan regarding Chugach State Park access. It regards, and then at the end of Section A1, it talks about Chugach Eagle River Comprehensive Plan. As a Hillsider, I feel a little disappointed not to hear Hillside District Plan mentioned again. It also mentions the current area-wide trails plan, but in fact the Hillside District Plan has a trails map which is the trails plan for the hillside, but is not in the current area-wide trails plan. So those are some important things missing. There's some other convoluted things in here, and Mr. Mason, who's pretty clever, obviously was confused on a point because this is so poorly written. It's incomprehensible. I'm not quite sure what it is. Though I do believe the intent is clear, and it would have been a lot easier if the drafter had just said what he wanted to say, and that is that there will be no new access points to Chugach State Park. One simple statement in Title 21. If that were done, I would also strongly oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I see no questions. Welcome, sir.
My name is Corey Hines. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mountaineering Club of Alaska. We are very supportive of Chugach access, and we do not support this ordinance, proposed ordinance here. We feel there's many unnecessary requirements and unnecessary approvals in here. To us, this seems like the intent is to kill any new access to the park. I'm concerned that the access points no access points will ever be provided if this ordinance is passed. The examples are, the fact that under this ordinance you would need a site plan, you would need this access benefit analysis, and you'd need to have this funding already certified. Well, the state may not have the money at the time these access points become available, but that doesn't mean that they won't need it in the future. Okay, we can't forget about that. Many access points may come up. If the state doesn't have money, all of a sudden the whole section of the park is cut off for all future. Provide an access point. The state may develop funding when the need grows for that area. The Chugach Eagle River Board should not be in a position to approve a state access point. They're not in that position. And DNR commissioner is a political appointee, and I don't think they should have veto authority over this. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hines.
Thank you.
Greetings.
My name is Susan Olson, and I rise to urge your opposition to this. I see this as a poison pen ordinance to kill the Chugach Access Plan. And I would merely suggest, as others have, that the next ordinance coming up adopt that, and all your problems and your concerns about property owners, as far as I can see, would be well taken care of in that ordinance. I would also point out that there are provisions in this, specific provisions, which frankly don't make sense. It doesn't make sense to require staff to come up with a site plan and a benefit analysis and incur costs before there is, in fact, P&Z approving that this will be an access point. That's just a way to create confusion and certainly unnecessary costs. I would also point out the acknowledgement and approval. Again, my reading of this, I did not see that this was limited simply to Eagle River access points. I don't see that. So I'm seeing this as applying across the board for any access points. And therefore, I would object to that it's Chugach Eagle River Advisory Board is part of this when all the other community councils and HALO who have similar positions aren't included. I think it is ridiculous to suggest that the commissioner of DNR should be involved at this level. At the very least, there is a director of parks, and at the very least, and the person who's most knowledgeable is the superintendent of Chugach. I also question whether the Parks and Rec person would need to, the director of Parks and Rec, would need to approve all of these points. I don't know that, and I perhaps am wrong, I don't know that all these little points would fall within their jurisdiction. So I urge your opposition to this. I think it was drafted simply to kill the effort behind the Chugach Access Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see no questions.
Mr. Chair, Assembly, Stuart Grenier, Grenier. I would also like to say that I'm very concerned about access to the Chugach State Park, especially up Prudhoe Bay Road to Ram Valley and Skyline Drive and Old Baldy. I grew up in Eagle River and Muldoon, and this plan doesn't, this ordinance doesn't seem to make that a reality. So if you guys look at this with your infinite judgment and figure out, is this going to help us get those two trailheads? If it does, do it. And if it doesn't, please don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grenier. Anybody else to speak on this one? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is George Pollock, and I'm here speaking for myself. I'm also a member of the Chugach State Park Citizens Advisory Board. I've been involved in this issue for quite a few years and have to admit I'm quite confused by the process that's been taking place. Hearing that it has to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission is quite surprising. I understand there's another S version that's out there that's before you, and I'd strongly encourage you to adopt that, look at that. We're simply trying to get the access to the state park to be placed on an equal footing through the plating authority control that the municipality has in place. It seems like it removes a lot of the complications and reflects a lot of the input from the public that's been garnered over the several years this has been going on. And if there are any other mechanisms for conflict that arise, there are, mechanisms where that can be dealt with. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. See no questions. Anybody else? Ms. Nienhauser, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Helen Nienhauser, and I want to speak in opposition to this proposed ordinance. I really endorse everything Mr. Mason said. I oppose this because it creates a time-consuming, expensive, laborious process that will put a burden on anyone whose property is is adjacent to the park and might provide access, who wants to subdivide. In addition, it gives away municipal authority to the DNR commissioner, which is a strange thing to do. And it improperly gives veto authority to an advisory board. It's clearly designed to block the creation of more access. So I ask that you oppose it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Seeing, hearing no one, public hearing is now closed.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Shouldn't we continue the public hearing?
Good point. Well, depends on what the motion is.
I would continue the public hearing to, I think, February 24th was when it was originally scheduled.
Okay.
If somebody remembers. March 24th? March 24th.
Okay. Mr. Starr, you're in the queue as a second. Is that the motion you wish to second?
I would just, urge a referral to the Planning and Zoning Commission for a couple different reasons, and I'd like to speak to that. If the motion can be amended to send it to Planning and Zoning, I'd like to have it back to us the second week of February, ahead of the access plan adoption.
Okay.
And I would be fine with that date. I think it was February, some date in February. I can't remember. Was it the 24th?
The access plan is back in front of us as amended on March 24th.
So February.
This one I'd like, back the second meeting of February if we can get it through Planning and Zoning by then.
So
And it's already in your ordinance to go to Planning and Zoning, so we don't need to do
passage,
that.
I still think that likely an S version will come out. So if I can speak to the motion, unless Ms. Johnston wants to.
The clerk needs a fully comprehensive motion to the effect of we're referring this to Planning and Zoning and continuing the public hearing to the meeting of February 17.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. Now, with that, Mr. Starr, you wish to speak to the Planning and Zoning review?
I do, and part of it will be minutes for the record so that Planning and Zoning can either refer what I'm saying or I can go to Planning and Zoning and ask them. What this surmises is that we flash forward now to an opportunity where a property owner is in the process of subdividing. There's some strong language in the plan that says they shall provide access. There's also, in my opinion, a centralized decision-making body once the plan is approved. So if you flash forward to subdividing action, if you will, I'm not convinced that there's enough outreach to digest all the ramifications of that inside the planning authority or the planning department themselves, such as Chugach Eagle River has its own parks department out there. We have our own mill rate. We pay for our own park improvements in Chugach Eagle River, thus the advisory board by that. What this is really specific, and the primary reason for going to planning and zoning is this gets there, and I was on planning and zoning. You have to understand code. You have to understand the section of code that deals with this. We have other projects, or excuse me, other plans that are inside this section called implementation. And it's the very reason we use the implementation section is so that the implementation tools on all that revisory boards and advisory speak isn't in the plan itself. So what this body didn't do, and I didn't provide it, was all the code. What you need to do is go read the code and read that we did this for the wetlands plan. We did it for the Spenard Business District plan. We've done it for the implementation of Title 21, or excuse me, of Anchorage 2020. We've done this specific 6 or 8 times. That's what I'm doing here, is providing implementation guidelines for the plan once it's approved. I need planning and zoning to study that code. That's what they do at that level of government, and make sure that the referral network, that there's comments on it. It sounds burdensome. The idea that we would want the DNR to weigh in, it's their park that we're accessing. Would they have an idea? All of those little nuances, I think, can be digested at planning and zoning. Let them bring us back a recommendation, and so be it. I'll change it, make an S version or whatever. But this body, by that time, should have read the old code, Title 21. Ms. Johnson's a little more referring to new code, Title 21, I believe, in hers. So it's a balance of both. So it is an intention to kill the plan. I've already embraced that on the record several times. But the lower level of government at planning and zoning, I think, is a wise place to send it. Enough said.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Honeman, the motion to continue the public hearing and referral?
Well, I just want to reiterate for the record so that planning and zoning might have, or the planning board. Anyway, bottom line is that, I look forward to perhaps just to acknowledge it, not necessarily approval. There's some good points on delays and such, but I do believe that people need to be involved, and as Mr. Starr said. And then lastly is to, I do take exception. I'm one that supports making sure that we, again, I want to say, get it right, and I'm not interested in killing the plan, and I too want that on the record. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Seeing else in queue, please proceed to vote on the continuation to February 17 with a referral to planning and zoning. And that carries unanimously. That brings us to item 14P, AO 2014-140, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning, new code effective January 1, 2014, Section 21.03.100E, improvements associated with land use permits to prohibit implementation of the Chugach Access Park Access Plan through the land use permit process, and Section 21.08.040, dedication to address Chugach State Park access dedication separately from trail dedication. This is also a public hearing. If you wish to speak to us on this, please come forward. Senator Porchot, or Commissioner Porchot, or which one do you want? Special Assistant Porchot?
Private Citizen Porchot. I'm Pat Porchot, P-O-U-R-C-H-O-T. I want to speak in support of the ordinance before you. I think in the long discussion of this, we sometimes forget what the main purposes were and what the main problems were. In the early 70s, when Chugach State Park was established by the legislature, there were very few residential subdivisions along the boundary. There were lots of traditional access points. There were a lot of potential development sites for access. And then, of course, in the 70s and 80s and 90s, we saw more and more subdivisions and more access, public traditional access and potential developed access was lost along the whole boundary of Chugach State Park. Between 2000 and 2002, I served as Commissioner of the State Department of Natural Resources, and we would send our park rangers to the Platting Board on many occasions to argue for access to Chugach Park when subdivisions were brought before the Platting Board, and inevitably we were turned down for that. On the basis that the Planning Board lacked authority to grant that kind of access. They said we needed a plan. So I put forward and developed a Chugach State Park access plan. At that time, we had public hearings. We adopted a plan. We took that back to the planning board. They said, no, our attorneys say not good enough. You need a municipal adopted plan. And that began literally 13, 14 years of planning effort, and the latest, which was a combined effort by the state and the municipality, and ended up with the plan that you have discussed with the red dots. Clearly, there were problems with that in terms of perception. I don't think those were real, but I think the ordinance before you is a good faith effort and an effective effort to address those concerns. And I think that the ordinance before you gives that authority needed for the planning board to make access decisions, no different than they'd make in many other areas of town for access to schools and fire trucks and utilities and lots of other things. And I think the list of criteria gives the planning board flexibility to deal with the kinds of issues that will inevitably come up with neighbors on whether there's other sufficient access points, whether there's special circumstances. Yes, they should look at a Chugach access plan, but that's not definitive. That they don't have to look at every red dot and say, there's a red dot, we have to do access. So I think it's a very clear, straightforward, common sense approach for preserving access to one of our greatest resources in Anchorage for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Questions for you. Anybody else wish to speak to us on item 14P? I would remind members we do have an S version. Welcome back, Mr. Hines.
Thank you. Just on behalf of the Mountaineering Club, I would like to say, we strongly support access. We think that this version here from Ms. Johnston gets the job done. Like others, I've been pretty confused about the process, but this appears to be a way that we can get these access points into a municipally adopted plan under Title 21, so we support this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Mason, welcome back.
The people who've been supportive of this access have worked on it really night and day for a long, long time, and particularly since it's been before the Assembly. And in the ordinance that you have before you tonight, if you look down the list of things that are to be considered, those are simply things that have been ticked off in these public meetings, in particular the public meeting that was in Eagle River. The size of the subdivision, the purpose of the subdivision, the other access points that may be around, the availability of public land, and so on. Plus, under the normal platting procedures, the platting authority has to consider input from the Eagle River Advisory Board, from the community councils, and from the public. And it has to consider the access plan. I don't know what else the people who support this plan can do in response to the concerns that they've heard. They're not going to give up. But this one is a good idea that puts a workable plan in place. So I say to you, don't let the perfect kick out the good. You've got an opportunity here tonight to get a good, solid program in place for granting access and using municipal resources to do it. If later you need to amend it or tweak it, that will be just fine. So I urge all of you to vote for this. Let's don't kick the can down the road anymore, and recognize the huge progress that's been made since this process started. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Seeing, hearing no one. The public hearing is now closed.
I move the S version.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. Johnston, do you wish to speak to this?
I think most things have been said. I will ask Mr. Weaver. I've worked diligently both with Mr. Weaver and his department and Mr. Wheeler on this. And you'll see that in this one, it doesn't go to planning and zoning, and it says notwithstanding. This was something that staff had put in when they originally drafted it for me, and I just would like Mr. Weaver to speak to that.
Mr. Wheeler?
Weaver.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Weaver. Sorry. Mr. Weaver?
Mr. Chairman, member of the Assembly, basically, we felt the provision was appropriate because the ordinance broken into two parts addresses issues that were brought up by the Planning Commission, the public, the Chugach Eagle Advisory Board, the Assembly itself in the work session, to address issues that were brought up through this process. So in the two different sections, the first section that clearly states that it will not be used to implement the Chugach State Access Plan with land use permits. That was a major concern with respect to individuals in Chugach, Eagle River, and Girdwood, that we would not use that in the building permit process. That's what Chugach, Eagle River, Girdwood uses for land use permits. So we made that clear in G. And then there are clearly delineated and established planning process through the platting process that this ordinance provides standards and guidance that address issues that were brought up through the public process. So that's basically why we concurred that it did not need to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you, sir.
And just to add it, I have to say I think we kind of hit something down the middle because, I've had both sides suggest more conditions on this, and I tried to hit something that would, there were some that wanted trail designers and et cetera, and the superintendent involved, and I thought, no, we need to keep this within the municipality. We need to keep this, we have to keep it with our city process, which is platting. And this is the platting process. And if folks get concerned because they don't like the platting board or they think it's been stoked by one mayor and not the other, we shouldn't be legislating for those what-ifs. I just wanted it to be a clean process that dealt with access and dealt with access to property just as it would do between two subdivisions. And so that's what we've tried to do. I appreciate all the work that both staff and Mr. Wheeler have put on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Starr.
Well, that's what we do up here is we debate. I think there's some aspects of it that are very good. There's no question that we need to adjust new code Title 21 to be ready for plans such as this that change in potential other plans, meaning comprehensive plans. Chugach Eagle River has its own comprehensive plan. It's not to be indignant. It's just to say, hey, these things in a developing community are different. We don't have a trails plan yet adopted for our district plan. That's why I'm still adamant about tying in the conversation about future trails with future access. The word shall in the plan, and we're not talking about the district or the access plan itself right now, but the word shall is still too strong for me with the idea that if in fact the platting board doesn't do its diligence or they get a short board or there's a short plat conversation that occurs at the planning department, who's going to defend the property owner when it doesn't go his way? I see issues such as we're quick to throw out things like, well, how much traffic is going to be involved here? Let's have a TIA, which is code word for a transit study. Who's going to pay for that? You're going to burden a property owner at the end of some dirt road with a TIA study? That's why I start to put in elements of that. So the element that you're missing here is who's going to pay for it. The funding part, the implementation schedule of how are we going to take this access plan and what are we going to do with it. Personally, I'm not comfortable just waiting for access to occur upon subdivision. Let's do it proactively with a plan. I think that the fault of the plan is that it doesn't get specific enough in the priority on how we're going to reach out and get access. I think also, this will be blunt, Ms. Johnston, I think you've bypassed the public process here, and if anything in the last couple of years I've learned that more opinions are better. The notwithstanding language is code language for bypassing planning and zoning's input to this ordinance. I think you're trying to change Title 21 language absent of good public input. Planning and zoning is vested in the conversation on municipal code or law, whatever you want to call it. I think we need to send it there. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Traney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your work, Ms. Johnson. But when I hear words like notwithstanding the provisions of AMC, I worry. They're weasel words. And I'm concerned about using that type of verbiage. So I've got an amendment for you at page 5 of 5, lines 4 through 6. Delete the waiver of P&Z review under code. Substitute referral to Planning and Zoning Commission for review under new Title 21 code. It'll read Section 3. This ordinance is subject to review by the Planning and Zoning Commission prior to action by the Assembly. If I get a second.
Second.
Please press your buttons.
I've got a copy for the clerk of this.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Trainee?
That's all.
Ms. Domboski?
Pretty clear.
Ms. Domboski?
Well, Mr. Trainee stole my thunder. See, I was going to be a little nicer, but there are members of this body that take exception to what I say, and this will be no different. He used the term weasel words. I use the term unconscionable. Quite frankly, this is absolutely a political strategy to circumvent the public process. I can't support it. I'm a process person. This might be something I would consider if it went through an adequate public process. But to just add a sentence on here and say, oh, no, public doesn't get a chance to testify on it at P&Z, public gets cut out, I find it shameful. I can't support it without a referral. So I appreciate the amendment, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Yeah, I want to just speak. I've supported the last ordinance Mr. Starr posted, and I believe that we can go further than what is in this one that's before us to perhaps get more specificity and detail. But I don't believe Ms. Johnson was acting on ill will toward. I think she was getting advice from staff, and I'm not going to pick on staff. They believe strongly what they believe, and I can't fault them for that. It is our decision to make to whether we refer or not. I would support referring it. I can't. If one's going, why not both? We can see it. And so I'll speak to Ms. Johnson, and she didn't ask me to do that, even though she sits right next to me. But I have to say I am a little concerned about the shall language. But folks, let's get right back. Let's not pretend here. There's a plan that's going to come to play. We're going to adopt it as our plan. It's not the state's plan. It's going to be adopted as our plan. There needs to be a plan. We just need to make sure that we're proactive, as Mr. Starr, I'll borrow his word. We need to make sure we get it right best we can, and we'll probably still have to amend or adjust it as we go forward. But
thank you, sir.
Let's not pretend.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I was staff when this language was developed by Mr. Teshi, and although I appreciate Ms. Domboski's comments and other comments that were made, because under normal circumstances what she's saying is absolutely right. But again, I was staff, and I really feel comfortable that it was done for all the right reasons, because we are the governing body of this municipality of Anchorage, and we do make the final decisions. And there are some instances where Title 21 changes really don't need to go through that long, drawn-out process. And there have been instances where this language was used, as a matter of fact, quite a few times. So with that said, Mr. Trainee, I'm going to be voting no on your amendment. But thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote on the amendment. Who am I missing? Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peter? Oh, sorry. Please vote again on the amendment. And so by a vote of 6 yeas and 5 nays, that motion carries. So we now have this as amended. Based on that, Ms. Johnston, would you like to move to postpone this item to a later date?
Yes, I will move to continue this public, we closed the public hearing.
We can reopen it if you wish.
We can reopen it, but to February 17th.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there, go ahead and vote on that, please. And that motion carries unanimously. That brings us...
Mr. Chairman, I want to move for immediate reconsideration of the postponement and urge a no vote.
Please proceed to vote.
That's 13 hours speak there, Mr. Evans.
Yes, understood. Okay. So by a vote of 1 yea and 10 nays, that motion fails. We will not take up reconsideration. That brings us to our final business item of the night, item 14Q. This is an ordinance adopting the East Anchorage District Plan as an element of the Comprehensive Plan, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning. The old code expires December 31, 2014. Shouldn't that say 15 now? Anyway, Section 21.05.030A, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning New Code effective January 1, 2014. Section 21.01.080B, Table 21.01-1. This is a public hearing. I know many of you have been waiting patiently for this moment, so please come on down. And by the way, we do have an S version in front of us offered by Mr. Peterson. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Babcock, and I'm here in support of the park in the town square in Muldoon. And I have volunteered with the Muldoon Library for the past 4 years, and I've seen how the people are engaged and how they use the library. We have found that it's quite a struggle to keep the space. We have an 8,000 square foot. We've got over 200 to 500 people daily that go through there. We've seen conflicts between the youth and adults. We currently have a one-size-fits-all building. And so I'm here to suggest that maybe we utilize that park to make our library its home. And we currently have no community space for our meetings. We are currently renting our location. And we all know that it is more financially feasible to own property, which that is a municipal land. And so we would like to maybe consider moving there. We only have currently 8 terminals with a 30-minute internet use a day privilege. And for 200 to 500 people, we need more room. Our library services are currently impacted by the co-location in the current mall with the Boys and Girls Club. Given some of these situations and our growing popularity of the area, the library should be given a chance to grow as well. Before decisions are made about how this parkland can be developed and used, we would just like to have a consideration of a study may be done for the development of that land. And let's see. You know, the library, we need our own space. And we could easily use that entrance into Muldoon Town Square Park as the entrance to this great community investment. We want to encourage community growth by using the success of Lusac and Cuddy Park as a model. And I mean, there's so much to say on it, but I just wanted to get out here and throw this out. It's been a long night. It's been a long day for all of us. And so I just wanted to thank you for your time and your consideration and maybe giving us a chance to grow with our Muldoon community and reach out to those families that utilize that area so much. We want them reading books, not playing in Chester Creek. So thank you for your time and hopefully being able to put Muldoon back on the map, Muldoon Library back on our map. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Babcock. Appreciate your time. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Roger Shaw, and I'm here representing Scenic Foothills Community Council. And I was also a member of the Plans Advisory Committee. Actually, I'm probably the only member of the advisory committee that's kind of hung it out to the end because this has been a very, very long process we've had on the plan. The Anchorage 2020 plan suggested district plans to address the city planning issues more specifically. The east side was the last of the plans to be funded and written. The 2020 plan suggested significant population growth, particularly in the Northeast sector. The Northeast Community Council opposed the adoption of the 2020 plan specifically because it said that this area had to accept disproportionate population density increases. The East Anchorage District's plan had done a good job of recognizing the needs of the east side. It suggests increased connectivity for pedestrians and transportation modes. It incorporates many of the desired trails. But most importantly, it acknowledges the need for sensible redevelopment of the blighted Muldoon corridor and the set aside of 29 acres for a future community park. The process has had an auspicious beginning. At an introductory presentation to Planning and Zoning, one of the commissioners suggested that the residents of the area should recognize this area would never be more than a gateway to the military bases. A former assembly member told the planning consultant that new trails and parks were unnecessary. The residents of the East Side desire much more compassionate consideration from this body. And it's interesting that it's members from the entire community that are going to decide how we develop a very small section of the community. But those members of that East Side community are here tonight to tell you their desires. The people at East Side, they've been clearly expressing the fact that they're tired of the big box stores and the shoddy strip mall development. It's a reason why they have come out in great numbers in support of the development of the 29 acres of a park on the old greenhouse property. The East Anchorage District Plan describes how this area needs to change, and I urge your adoption of the plan. Specifically, I also urge the adoption of Amendment number 1, which more specifically describes that associated with the small area planning process, specifically consideration of uses of that area only in the context of this being a park. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaw.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, Mr. Shaw, I'm sorry. Mr. Trainee has a question
Mr.
for
Shaw,
you.
question, sir. Have you seen the S version of this?
I have not seen the S version.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and actually, you guys were under cyber attack yesterday when I was trying to get the agenda and had some problems, so I really didn't see anything and tried looking today. So
It's got 8 amendments in it. I think it'll get you where you want to go.
I probably have seen all of those amendments, and certainly number 1, if that's what I'm thinking about, I certainly was in support of that, and most of the others were generally acceptable.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome back, Ms. Sexton.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Saxton. I support the adoption of the East Anchorage District Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan.
Could you pull the mic a little closer to your mouth?
I support the adoption of the East Anchorage District Plan. I live in East Anchorage. I am represented by Assemblyman Paul Honeman and Pete Peterson. I am represented in the legislature by Bill Lukowski and Max Gruenberg. I attend the Russian Jack Community Council and have attended meetings of Northeast Community Council and Scenic Park. I am the community member who has participated and still supports the 2020 plan. I followed the many iterations of Title 21 and testified often, and I eagerly await the adoption of this long-awaited East Anchorage District Plan. I have strongly supported the Muldoon Town Square Park, all 29 acres of the original Manlizer greenhouse property, to be a public park. My son lives in this area just west of Winsong Park, just south of the creek. When he's at work or late, I walk his dog in this area, so I'm frequently in the area. Every summer I go to the Spirit of Muldoon picnic on this land where we hope to see a park. Last summer I saw Miss Dembowski and Elvie Gray Daxon with umbrellas because it was a rainy day, but we were all there. I've heard one person say that there are enough parks in Muldoon, but this is not so. I'm an early childhood educator. My last job was working with training and supporting family child care providers that provide care and education of children in their homes. And Muni licenses over 200 of these throughout the state. There are not as many in the Muldoon area. And families that live there, young families and people that care for children, often are in apartments or smaller dwellings because of the tight housing market in Anchorage. And they really need smaller parks, more parks. I strongly support that you vote for this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saxton. And just so everyone knows, we, of course, have to stop at 11. Everyone who wants to speak, we're going to try and get him in. If we can't, then we'll have to continue this item to our next meeting. Mr. Isley?
Hi, my name is Phil Isley, and I suggest that you don't support the Town Square Park. I got the talking points, and it says that there's supposed to be 11,000 new residents in East Anchorage, and many of them will be high-density housing without lawns.
Well, we spent 10 years doing Title 21 to make sure nobody built high-density housing without lawns and parking. So how can we anticipate doing 11,000 residents there without that? That would just, what was the point of making Title 21 if we're just going to disregard it anyway? There's already over 220 parks in Anchorage. Many of them are in various states of disrepair. The town square that we built the last time was in Mountain View, and it sat empty for years. It's just now starting to fill up. When you look at a place for the kids to play, they have the Chugach National Forest not that far away. They have lawns, they have schoolyards. We put speed bumps in the streets so they can play there without worrying. I think they have plenty of places to play without building another park. They say that they might want to garden there because the community gardens are filled up. Over on Boniface, there's plenty of land there. Up on Dubin, there's another park there. Either one of them could be converted for garden space. There's plenty of other open areas around Chester Creek that could probably be open for gardener space. The fact that a park creates livability standards. I've lived lots of places with no parks and I've survived. I don't see how you can look at it that way. You're never more than a mile or two away from a park in Anchorage. And then we had this discussion about cost. $1.5 million just for the planning. How much is the park going to cost us by the time we're said and done? When we sit back and we wanted to get our vehicle registration, you said, no, we can't do that. Where's the money going to come from? So you'd take $12 million from us so that you could get 6, and then you turn around and spend on a park which generates nothing for us and just gives us cost year after year after year. I mean, if you're going to use the standard for one thing, you should use the standard for all. When we got this property, a small portion of it was supposed to be for parkland, and I can see that. But the rest was supposed to be income revenue property, and that's what it should be. And if you're worried about generating money that bad that you'd make us pay $100 or $170 to get 70, then you should be able to find a way to make this into revenue-generating property.
Thank you, Mr. Isley.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just a moment. I'd like to, how many people are here in favor of this? Keep in mind that the time is about 25 minutes till some of us have been here since 8 this morning. We'd like to try and get this passed tonight. So if we reduce your testimony down, I think we could take action on this tonight.
Welcome back.
Go ahead, sir.
Welcome back, sir.
Sorry,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Chairman.
Good evening again. I'm Bob Rupke, a member of the Northeast Community Council, also on the board of the Community Center, which is located in the old, what I call the old Zamarillo Mall, right adjacent to the park. I'm here today to get your support for the East Anchorage District Plan on the old greenhouse property located on Muldoon Road at the intersection of the Bar Road. Plan calls on page 32 of the plan for a park and a small area planning process for the park. This is greatly needed in our area because we have very few parks and high density. I'm in favor of concept A. There's 3 concepts, page 33 of the plan, to have the entire area as a park because we have less park acreage for residents than any other area in Anchorage. I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for mostly the community council and most of the community and the community center that everybody is in favor of the East District Plan. In 1968, I came up to Alaska and after service in the service and Navy and completing community school, I decided to go to Fairbanks and landed in Fairbanks, and it was 30 below zero, and it was a total mess because of the 1967 Chena flood. And so then I moved on to Anchorage. And what I first noticed there in Anchorage were a lot of bars, banks, churches, a lot of unpaved roads, no real zoning requirements, and even the banks were in mobile homes. Since that time, we've come really a long way, especially with our parks, trails, zoning, and architecture. I am therefore requesting your approval for the East Anchorage District Plan, including the addition of this park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rupke.
Don Smith, Assembly members. When that land came up for sale, I was one of the percentage holder buyers on it. I was the first individual to come up with making that a park. And that was the conditions when I went in with the First National Bank with 2 partners, that I had full control of all development on that property. I held meetings in everybody's homes, all the assembly members with, and the mayor, Mr. Begich, Robin Ward over the Land Heritage Bank. I worked approximately about 9.5 months with the last efficient game. The Corps of Engineers, this was every day. I doubt if there's anyone in this city that knows more about that dirt than I do. What it was supposed to be was, when I went in with them, that we would develop that the way the people of Muldoon, for once we would do it right. So, we kept changing, but the park stayed in there. That was actually the first money that came out of the Anchorage Assembly concerning that property, was for the back east part of it, for the park. Now, I don't believe that it should all be park. Our city has to have, for each section of our communities, has to have a center to service it. I've got probably well over $100,000 worth of drawings that I paid Lang Associates and different firms out of state to come in here that were doing town centers and different concepts out in the state. So I flew around to different states I was talking with Mr. Begich and that at the time, and a few of the old assembly members that are no longer with us. And I said, well, if we could come up with a concept of a town center. This was back when Walmart was fighting on the old Miller property. That's something that would be fitting for that community. The best one I found was out in Sisters, Oregon, concept. And then that still left plenty in that back part for a park. I spent a lot of money on that creek for drawings. Basically what I'm saying is, all right, I've spent a lot of money out of my pocket for this to be right. So let's make it right. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
All it's going to take is a little bit of work, have some meetings like we did back then, a lot of them, and make this right. And it can be a park, but yet it can be developed to where it's suitable for the people to live out there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, Senator.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Bill Wilikowski. I'm State Senator. I represent East Anchorage and Elmendorf Air Force Base. And I'm honored to be here in testifying in support of the East Anchorage plan that's before you tonight. There's a long, long history. The people that are here tonight have been waiting a long time for this. About 15 years ago, probably a little longer, the Northeast Community Council, as you've heard, was the only community council in all of Anchorage to oppose the Anchorage 2020 plan because we were being forced to accept huge amounts of high-density housing that we didn't have the infrastructure to support. One of the things that we didn't have, one of the reasons we didn't have the infrastructure is because we have homes, people that live in that community that don't have backyards for their kids to play in. We're surrounded by parkland, we're surrounded by the military base, but the kids can't go on the military base. It's a very active training range. I go back there occasionally. You have to get permission to go. It's very challenging for our kids to go back there. We have a huge population that don't have cars. We need this park. We need the plan. When I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission about 10 years ago, we had many, many items come before us regarding East Anchorage, And it was a hodgepodge of development. There were many things that commissioners didn't support, didn't want to see happen, but we really couldn't do much about it because we didn't have a plan in place. We're one of the last parts of Anchorage to get a plan. We need this plan. I urge your support for it. One item of particular concern, and I think a big reason that many of the people are here tonight is in support of the Muldoon Park Strip, 29 acre piece of property. The legislature is on the record supporting that. When Assemblyman Peterson was in the House of Reps, and we got over $1 million. The legislature since then has added another $500,000 in support of that park. And it's important for us as a community to have this plan so that we can develop the area responsibly. There's more high-density development that's occurring in that area, and we don't have enough parks for our kids. We just clearly don't. And so I urge your support of the plan, and I urge your support in particular of the Muldoon Park Strip. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you. Representative Crawford, welcome.
Hi there, Harry Crawford, and I will be brief. I just got through going door to door in East Anchorage and talked to literally thousands of East Anchoragites, and probably the most important issue that came up was to make those 29 acres of park, especially in Northeast Anchorage. It was the number one issue. And I just wanted to give you one little reminder, one little remembrance. No politician has ever been castigated by succeeding generations for setting aside too much land for public use. So quite to the contrary, one of our heroes is Teddy Roosevelt for setting aside land. So,
thank you very much. Mr. Grenier, welcome back.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's been a very long day and a very long process. I would just like to say it boils down to community identity. Something so visual in such a high-dense area, and they just built 75 units 3 years ago, and they added another 35 units right next to my condo association of 89. We're packing them in. I lived in Japan for 11 years. I've seen high-density housing. I saw this property, as many other people here. We saw a park strip just like the Delaney, except with a creek in it and no streets going across it. This is fantastic. We need it from the road to the military reservation. The community will grow into it. It's no different than Eagle River or Girdwood or anywhere else. We need this town center, which is highly visible. Highly visible. It will help us form a community. Remember, people will do things for their local community. Anchorage is too big. People don't see themselves as anchorites. You live in Diamond, you live in Muldoon. This is our chance. Please help us with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Greetings, ma'am.
I'm Janice Ziv, and I bring the comic relief.
Thank you, Ms. Ziv.
For the kids, for the seniors, all the way to the street so you can see it as you go by, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Seeing, hearing now, no one. Public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve the yes version.
Been moved. Do we have a second? Been moved and seconded. Mr. Peterson, you're in queue, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all the citizens of East Anchorage for coming out tonight to testify in favor of the East Anchorage District Plan, and specifically testifying in favor of developing that area as parkland. I know the Community Council has been trying to develop this as parkland for as far back as I can remember, and I just personally, I actually live right next to this. I walk my dog around this area every morning, so it would actually be better for me if this was not developed into a parkland. If it stayed the way it is right now, it's like my own park. But my job as an assembly member representing East Anchorage is to advocate for what's best for all the citizens of East Anchorage. And therefore, I think we need to make an entire 29-acre park out of the old Alaska Greenhouse property. And that's what the S version does. And we have passed out some short explanations as to what these amendments will do, and I'd be happy to answer questions about the amendments if anyone has any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Honeman.
I just echo Mr. Peterson's sentiments and speak on behalf of our residents and constituents in East Anchorage, and particularly I know Northeast and Scenic Foothills have sponsored many resolutions, petitions, and clearly the picnic is where we stand together as a community looking for that as that particular part. But let's not forget that, of course, this plan is for all of East Anchorage and the development going forward from the Comprehensive Plan 2020, and it's long overdue, so I urge support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Starr?
I urge the amendments, and I urge the yes version approval for a lot of different reasons, and I have for some time. I know the community's come together for some time on the issues. I've tried to move and jumpstart various things that have tried to directly influence the plan in times past. I've influenced the budgets. I've even tried to bypass the dedication process for the parkland itself at this level. So I'm a supporter of the area for certain. I don't oftentimes appreciate how long it takes to get where we're going. But I think the basic foundation is there. We need to start to focus now on things that could hold us up in the future. The difference between designated parkland and dedicated parklands, moving it through HLB, all the nuances of that so that there's no more excuses and referrals to as things get the work committee together, start designing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston.
Yes, I just have one question on Amendment 5 as far as, and while I always agree with the intent, I'm not sure if it gets us into trouble as far as recreational access to J. Bear Land and through J. Bear Land to Chugach State Park. I know that was an item of concern as far as the access plan and adding that. Could the administration speak to that, please?
I believe when this came up before, I think I pretty much explained the concern that the military has about that, primarily because I actually was invited to a meeting where this was discussed at large. Their concern is that any perception or anything else that would provide hope for folks that they may be able to access the military land, whether we like it or not, is a form of encroachment. And their concern is that if there is encroachment or perceived encroachment, that it definitely does hamper their ability, in some cases, to do their mission. For example, noise, troop movement. They actually have the right to move troops up and down that corridor right behind the houses. But all of those type of things are things that are very concerning to them, because if there is a problem with them being able to conduct their mission, then what that really does is it just puts a peg in the hole that says, well, you know, they can't do their mission here, so maybe we could send them someplace else where they can. And that's what their concern is all about. And encroachment throughout the country has closed an awful lot of military bases. And, you know, we've been fortunate up here because we really haven't had the extent of encroachment issues. But this is a form, or could be perceived as a form of encroachment.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelis. I'm at 10 minutes. Anything else, Ms. Johnston?
Even though I agree with the intent and I appreciate it, I'd like to move to delete Amendment 5.
Please press your button. Is there a second? Seconded. I have 4 people in queue. Does anyone wish to speak to that amendment? Please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 5 yeas and 6 nays, that motion fails. That brings us back to the S version. Ms. Domboski, you are next in queue.
I apologize. I've been at this for about 16 hours now today. But with this S version, I need a little clarification. My understanding of the plan, does this S version actually dedicate that land as parkland?
No. It designates it.
Well, that. Who's answering my question?
Mr. Weaver?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Domboski, I believe it would take a subsequent ordinance to dedicate it.
I'm sorry.
I believe it would take a subsequent ordinance to dedicate it.
as parkland. So,
Yes.
so this just signals an intent, but
Yes.
it doesn't actually dedicate the parkland.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Additionally, Mr. Chairman, if you're moving to adoption of the ordinance, we have issue with Amendment 8. We'd like to, the Planning Commission had brought those up as issues to be addressed, and we were going to do that and put the appropriate entity for responsibility, and what's written here is not correct.
What would it take to correct that, Mr. Weaver?
Many, many amendments through all these policy actions, so if you could make some type of amendment that would just defer this to staff to correct.
I'll leave that to the members of the district. One more question for you, Mr. Weaver. You might be the best person to answer this. I'm not sure, maybe legal. But if we're, so this plan's going to designate parkland? Or is it just signaling an intent? I recognize the difference between designate and dedicate. Now I'm asking about designation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mosky, you're obviously recommending that it be designated as park by your action here adopting the S version.
Okay, so does that action of designating, does that require a referral to the Parks Board?
Mr. Rod is here this evening, but I believe he does take all these particular types of issues to the Parks Board for recommendation.
May I follow up with Mr. Wheeler? Mr. Wheeler, I know when we went through this before, the hiccup being code specifically says if we're going to dedicate parkland, it had to go to the Parks Board. Does an action of designation do the same thing or no?
Through the chair, Mr. Domboski, I'm looking at page 2, where it says the goal is to secure a formal park designation, and then promptly designating the site as a park will do X,
I'm sorry,
Y, Z.
can you speak up? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm trying. It appears to me that the plan document at page 2 here says that what needs to be, in response to the question what needs to be done, it says secure a formal park designation. To me, that seems to anticipate a later action by the Assembly to either designate this as park or do something else. If they designate it as park, that is different from dedicating it as park. If you designate it as park, it means it's going to be under the management authority of the Parks and Rec Department to be used for park purposes until such time as some other purpose may be identified for it. If there were an ordinance that dedicated this as park, then any subsequent change would have to be approved by voters.
Okay.
But I don't see in here a present action item that does either of those two things.
Okay, so essentially, this is a plan that's laying out a framework in order to go forward and deal with that particular area.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Traney.
Move action on this item.
No, thank you. Mr. Steele? Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to make an amendment to eliminate amendment number 8.
Second. And a motion, please press your button, sir. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to delete amendment number 8 from the S version. Please proceed to vote. And that motion carries unanimously. We're now back to the S version as amended. Seeing no one else in queue, please proceed to vote. Okay. And that carries unanimously. It is 10:53 p.m. We are now at appearance requests, but I would remind our fine citizenry that 3 of our members have been here since 7 o'clock this morning, so if you'd be willing to forego that and let them get a good night's sleep, I would appreciate it, and I'm sure they would too. Seeing and hearing no...
Second.
Have a nice evening. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
Yes.
Hold on. Mr. Starr jumped in queue at the last moment there. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, under special orders, I'd like to make a motion to reorganize.
Okay.
Second.
Please proceed to vote.
Which button?
We got to, Mr. Starr, would you please press your button? Go to the motion button, sir. If you go to on the floor. Mr. Honeman? Okay. Please proceed to vote.
It'll be fast.
So by a vote of 8 yeas and 3 nays, that motion carries. Mr.
I make a motion to nominate Mr. Trainee as chairman.
Second. Please press your button, sir. Folks, I'd ask that you please be quiet so the clerk can record the proceedings. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
I would like to retain you as chair. Yeah, motion. Yep.
Okay. Would you please press your button? Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you kindly hand out some scratch paper? Ms. Johnston?
I just want to speak to this. I would prefer we do reorganization in the period of time that we usually do it, which is around April and elections. I think Mr. Flynn has done a great job, and I don't understand why we need to do it now.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Evans?
Yeah, maybe I'm new to this. I'm not sure why we're doing this. If somebody could explain that to me, it would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. See no one else in queue. I guess you're not going to get an answer. Please proceed to vote. Please record your votes and return them to the clerk.
We just write who's the name?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is John Rada now mayor?
Last man standing.
Make a motion to extend to 11:15 or before.
Second.
That motion fails. 7-4.
He's probably looking over to see if we... Mr. Chairman, it's 11 o'clock.
Well, I guess then, by definition, we're adjourned.